Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Citizen Sleeper 2, the Starward Vector. This is episode number 3. Thank you so much for joining us. I see we had a Jurgen here earlier. Thanks so much, Jurgen. Have a good day in work. And yeah, hopefully everyone else has a good day as well, wherever you may find yourself. We will continue on our journey. We finally opened up the game a little bit, so we have different systems to explore, many quests to go and fulfill, and yeah, we're gonna just jump right back into it. Hopefully my throat's gonna manage today. Hopefully not too much reading. Let's see. Okay, we got 3 skill points. I might want to save one for maybe, and maybe we could do double engineering. That sounds like a good idea. Otherwise, I think we might want to. It's got some dice we gotta finish up. And then I'm gonna go and go back to help Aki. Right, let's see. Maybe we can try some gambling. Maybe not. Maybe not. Need some better dice for that. Yeah, that's not too risky, so I might try that. 50 positive, 50 neutral. Get some monies, that's always good. We're gonna need it. Well, I guess we fly away. Makes the most sense to me. Waste time sitting here. I swear this one was 3 earlier, now it's 4. Maybe I'm just confused. Okay, but we're gonna fly here, then we fly down here. Is there any other quests we got? Connect member and Aki. Oh, you're still here there, Jurgen. Welcome. Hello there, Jurgen. I thought you left already. Shouldn't you be at work? Or you still driving? What's up? Good to see you though, good to see you. Right, so diagnose your frame. I think this is up here at the flotsam. Yeah, at the flotsam. Help Aki. Okay, so maybe that is the big thing we should go for. Okay, let's fly over him. Well, that's the 3 that I saw, I think. Was on your way. Woke up to a fever. Oh no. Sure. Well, hopefully you're feeling better there, Jurgen. That's a little rough. Sorry, man. Oh. But it must be your luck. Look at those beautiful dice. We just rolled 3 dice and a 5. Too bad we're not in a good place to use it, but we need some fuel, so maybe this will come in handy. Give us some fuel, please. Oh my goodness. How can we roll so badly? Okay. Okay, we got 2 at least. Sheesh. Don't like this place at all. At least that will be 100%. Let's grab some data. Hello there, Lenora. Welcome, welcome. So good to have you. That's good to hear, Dragon. It's good to know. Hopefully Lenora's feeling a little bit better than poor old Jurgen here. Well, good to have you there, Lenora. We're continuing on our Citizen Sleeper mission. We are finally have some more places to go. We've unlocked basically the galaxy. We're going to the green belt. And there at least we don't have to worry about rolling proper dice. We can just buy the fuel that we need. Ah, welcome, Aki. You bring the step silk husks you gathered from the windlong shadow to Aki, and she is so pleased as you would expect. You meet her on the bridge overlooking the green fields, the green belt worker quietly toiling below, while the air recycler's wind gently rustles the leaves of the crop. Sleeper, Aki holds the husk to her chest. Thank you. These are a new beginning for us. Alright, so in the last episode, if you missed it, we found 3 seeds that they're going to be using to in these green rooms here. These ones like died out. Not sure how long ago, but quite a while ago. So this will help them regrow. So let's hope at least. Aki pauses, knitting her brow. How was she, the wind's long shadow? She must have been beautiful once, we answer. Aki smiles. She truly was. She looks down until they killed her. Aki sighs and looks out at the greenbelt fields. Everyone must die in the end. The belt makes wrecks of us all. She looks back at you. But what you have brought me, this is a new life. Give us time, we will need to clear and reseed the other biosphere. Aki bows. I hope you will return to us with the work is done. She presses a handful of chits into your hand. Thank you. She meets your eye. You watch her carry the husk gently away, glowing with the promise of a fresh grow. Excellent. Jurgen, what is the next game you have up after this one? Well, as soon as we finish reading... May I clear my throat there? As soon as we finish this reading session, I always like these. Then I have something magical in store. We played the demo about a year, maybe a year or more ago. We played a demo, and that is finally released in 1.0, so we're gonna be checking it out. I'll maybe reveal what we're playing a little bit later, but for now I'll keep a little secret, keep the minds going a little bit, the thoughts. But as released not too long ago, it's on a Steam release. It was an early access. It's to do with magic and the schools of magic, and I think you guys might like it. But first, we need to refuel, please. Oh, we got some money. That's a lot of money. Wow, that's like 300 bucks we just made. Woo! Give us some fuel. Give me fuel, give me fire. Give me that which I desire. Alright, we gotta wait for the weave and come back. Alright, it's gonna take a couple cycles. Is there anything we can do with our dice here? We got some nice dice, but there's nothing we can use them on here. And Aki's Trust. Okay, so we have to come back here again. Let us see where we can fly. Maybe we can carry on. Unfortunately, we can't go through these asteroid fields. Maybe Maybe we can go there. Oh, we can go straight there if we had 12 fuel. That is a shame. It's a little obscured. Spoof transponder. Okay, there's some interesting things that we still need here. Hey, and the dragon's on point today. That is exactly what I was referencing. Oh, hopefully if we go back, hopefully we get some... Just see what other places we need to be at. The scatter yards. Well, I can't get there, so that's not possible. I think we have to go here. Right. Let's see if we can go back to diagnose your frame. Go to the flotsam. That is a shame on that roll. I wish I had the other roll. See, the problem over here we have is that my skill is in engineering and intuition, basically. So, if there's other skills, like, say for instance, endurance and engaging, which this one is endurance, that means we can lose 2 points on the dice, turning that 4 dice into 2 dice, which is so bad. So bad that I'm not even going to risk it. I'm just going to rest, because that is insanity. Oh, oof, we need to get rid of that. Let's see if we can heal that stress is too much. Why are we stressing so badly? Can't even... Oh, we're starving. Oof. I forgot about that. Okay. I forgot about that. That's on me. That's definitely on me. Hopefully we can get some fuel, please. Oh, thank you. Let's get out of here. Go straight there. We'll need 8, so we gotta stop here. Oh my, and we broke another dice. How do I remove that stress? Too much stress. Please fix the stress on my dice. Oh, remove the stress, please. Wow. Wow, I have the worst luck in existence. Okay, hopefully we can just repair some of these. We have to use all our components. It's a shame. I need to get rid of that stress, like, immediately. Even if I have to use those extra dice, that's actually pretty good. Okay, -2 stress, okay. Take a little rest there, buddy. Remove that stress, please. Nope. Come on. There we go. Alright. We've removed the stress finally. Let's see if we can get some money. 100% on that, so that's some good money. Let's do that again. Probably should have used some of those for gambling. Still have like a little, it's like a mini quest. So you do a thing and it unlocks a different thing the more you do it. So I think I need to focus on that as well. Right, but before we jump away, I need to buy some fuel. Refill that, and refill that. Supplies, okay, we got supplies, we got food, we got fuel. And find to take in the flotsam. Alright, we gotta go to the flotsam. At least we can go there and back with the fuel that we have. So that is good to know. Alright, excuse me. It's hard to tell where the flotsam ends and the ship parked at its many docks bridges begin. As Seraphim docks with the station, you realize that the rig now looks like just another piece of accumulated technology. One more bit of driftwood added to the raft. I love this place. Seraphim smiles as he shuts down the engines. You never know what you'll find. You've been here before. Yeah, back when I first came to the belt. The crew I signed on with used to run salvage jobs out of here. Fun place to spend your wages. You see Bliss eyeing the station with what looks like both horror and fascination. You see the seals. They point out some twisted assemblage of ship parts. Total cowboy welds. They could pop at any moment. Seraphim waves away their concern. Oh, that's just the outer layer. I heard there are 6 or 7 in all. So if one fails, it's no problem. He switches and turns to you. You've gotta taste some of the stuff they grow in old Kake. He kisses his fingers. That's the good stuff. Oh yeah, Bliss sighs. So many layers of redundancy and fallbacks that you have no hope of isolating a leak and fixing it. They wrap on the wall of the rig. Sounds like a ship I know. Boy, excuse me. Seraphim joins in. The two of you shoulder to shoulder. She got you out here, didn't she? He shrugs to Bliss. No sense of gratitude. I was joking. Bliss looks a little hurt and drifts out of the cockpit, shaking their head. You go to follow, but Seraphim puts a hand on your shoulder. Sleeper. He looks suddenly serious. Remember what I said about getting checked out? There are artificers all over this place. It'll take a bit of searching, but we need to know what's going on with you. He meets your eye. I'll handle it. Good, Seraphim nods. It's important. I'm gonna go see if any of my old haunts are still open. He drifts out of the cockpit with a mock salute. Catch you later. You are left alone in the cockpit with a view of the flotsam chaotic structure. You look over the multicolored plating. It does, you admit, have a certain charm. I like it. I like it. Okay, we got one spot here, so it seems to be the flotsam hub. Flotsam Explorer. Learn the chaotic structure of the flotsam from corridor to ship and back again. It takes time. It does, but we have both skill in intuition and engineering. But our first love is engineering, so let's do that. You can analyze the structure. Flotsam is made from maybe hundreds of ships gathered by modified over time. A good engineer might be able to identify them. Let's see. +2. Seems reasonable. Let's do some more analyzing. +2 again. Let's see if we can explore a little bit the flotsam. A ramshackle symbol of discommissioned ships and wrecks. To call flotsam labyrinthian is a serious understatement. Oh, there is a certain charm to the smashed together aesthetic of the flotsam. The one that grows on you the more corridors you explore. Oh, we did find some new things. Okay, we got the fuel. Buy some fuel. I think we'll do that. Maybe not. I might want to change my rig to fuel. There we go. Change it to fuel. And then we can buy some scrap. Buy fuel. Seems a little bit more expensive, so just me. And 15 to buy a meal. That also feels a bit more expensive. But what's going on here? Take recovery contract. Oh, hello. The narrow escape Sabasum Boughton has a tip about recovery contract. For a few chits, he'll give you the coordinates. Okay. Let's see. Let's buy that contract. My rig's blown. It's a propulsion and I'm stranded on some forsaken rock. Repair crew needed. We'll split the hole. No time wasters or thieves. I'm armed. Okay. Payment in scraps. Sounds good to me. Welcome there, Super Mace. Welcome, welcome. We're playing some Citizen Sleeper 2. And we've been journeying through the galaxy. Now it's the first time we're able to explore some of the map, some of the galaxy here. As you can see, beautiful galaxy. And we're currently seeing if we can go and help the stranded rig. I think that's a good idea. But how you doing there, Super Mace? Hopefully you're still kicking. Good to see you, my pal. Okay, I think I'll do a rest. You know what, I'm just gonna go straight there. I'm gonna go straight there. We'll take you and Bliss as our crew and see if we can go and fix up this guy's ship. Hopefully this is what it says it is, and it is a ship that needs repair and not a trap or anything. This game can be quite brutal at times. Alright, let's see what happens. Keep your hands where we can see them. The voice crackles over the open channel of your suit comms as you near the stranded rig. You slow your approach a little as you move towards the ship, its shape lumpy and skeletal in the distant light of the sun. A warm welcome bodes well for the rest of the job. Bliss shoots you a concerned look. You look up at the stranded ship ahead. Clearly they are feeling a bit exposed. We are here to help. Well, I figure that, the voice retorts. Otherwise we would have put a hole in that shiny rig of yours already. You arrive at the side of the rig, inspecting the damage as you do. Half the hull, plating, and big chunks of the internal structure seem to be missing, but you have a feeling that this is not what you are here to fix. The airlock opens and you move inside. The interior all exposed wires and metal framework. The system freezes and shudders as it cycles. Nothing of value here. So if you're looking to steal something, you're welcome to. Alma greets you plainly inside the rig. You do the work that's needed, and I'll take your half of the haul. I'll let you take half. Okay. Straight to business, I say. Ain't that what you're here for? Her face is as placid and unchanging as a rock. If you were expecting a tea party, someone said tea, you'll be surely disappointed. No tea for me. What blasphemy is that? Ooh, that's good. Good stuff. Here's the short of it. The engine's conked out on me, and I'm no engineer. I can usually get her going, but this time, no dice. She looks between you and the rest of the crew, surprised there's so many of you, to be honest. Bliss smiles sympathetically. Sorry about that, but don't worry. I've worked on these engines before. They give Alma a wink. I can handle this. Don't be so sure. Alma leads you towards the engine room, the layout of the rig much the same as yours. The girl is the sensitive type. You need to know how to handle her. The central corridor of the ship shakes in a way that isn't familiar to you, and you realize that the rig is far more heavily modified than your own. Something that becomes all the more obvious when you arrive in the engine room. Rather than the rig's stock engine, a singular block of a double turbine with feed lines between. Alma's engine is a mess of piping and feed lines, linking up multiple raw components welded to the interior frame of the room. Your eyes widen at the sight. Been adding to her since I was young. Alma smiled at the chaos. Might look like a mess, but she purred like when she's running. Bliss is shaking her hand slowly. Oh, sleeper. They let out a puff of air. This is going to be special. You struggle to tell if they are intimidated or impressed. Perhaps it's a little bit of both. That's about all of it. Alma gestures to the exploded engine. Get her running and you'll get your half of the haul. Well, we'll do what we can. Hope you aren't time wasters. Alma squints at you. You certainly are a strange crew. Alma glides over the windows set in the side of the engine room and points to the corroded remains of the facility deep in the asteroid's loose, dusty surface. That's the haul. She taps on the glass. As good, as fine as I've ever seen. That pile of scrap? Exactly that. Alma screws up her face. What, you too good for scrapping? By rights, that building's mine. Scrappers claim. Alma scratches at her mess of hair. But you help me get her running, and you are welcome to take what you want from it. Up to a maximum of 50% of the raw mass, that is. Well, we got extracted ourselves? She looks up, she looks you up and down, and you feel the first acknowledgement of you being a sleeper. I doubt it'll trouble one of you. Anyway, you're leaving with nothing, unless my girl here is back in shape by the time you're done. She folds her arms across her chest, so get to it. You turn back to the engine, your eyes tracing the madness of the interlocking system. You are starting to have a horrible feeling that this contract is some kind of elaborate joke. Right. So, is this ship like an asteroid? Or... Oh, this is the scrap. Oh my. And that's almost right there. Okay, let's see if we can help her fix it. Also see first about the facility here. a ruined facility. Gathering scrap. Alright, we can send Eugen in here. Maybe myself in there, that's good. Hidden treasures. You suspect that deep in the facility there might be some components that you can use, but it'll be a long search. The component search in the corroded, ragged remains of this facility, there still might be valuables tucked away. The trick is to find them. Or we can just gather the scrap. Before the corroded on the walls of this place is just scrap. This is the scrapper's work, and it takes resilience more than skill. The raw material of this entire facility is scrap. It just needs cutting and stacking, which means cycles of hard work. And then let's see what we need for the engine. Almost go. The old engine has seen a lot of use and modification. Fixing it seems learning how it works. Alright, we can study the engine with our engineering skills. Alma's engine fills the room like some esoteric sculpture. To try and fix it, it must be studied and understood. Right, I think I'll spend my points here. Bliss can also put points here, it's also an engineer. But I don't think we have much in the endurance department. Our friend here, Eugen, is the only one. With a system this complex, you can either understand it or approach it systematically, checking it piece by piece by maddening piece. Alright, I think let's start off with some engineering. Okay, that should be quick work. I think I might try this one as well, 50-50. Okay, +1, that's not terrible. And we'll slowly work on this one. Gather some scrap. Here we have raw materials. I think we might leave it there. Or I can put 1 point maybe. Oh, is that risky? It's risky, but it's not that risky. Perfect. Okay, I think that's good enough. Otherwise, we might run into problems. And I don't think we're in a rush. At least not yet. Supplies might... Oh wow, 3 6s. And a 6 over here. Ooh. Okay, that's some good stuff. I can use this. That's gonna be handy. It's gonna come in handy. I might even just use my 3 dice here. If we got neutral, I think we'll go up 1 as well. Perfect. Okay. So we have studied the engine of our engineering skills, and what have we learned? You all gather in Alma's rig to see the engine tested. Engine room purrs and chitters. It seems to warm with the sound of the engine, with the polyrhythmic vibrations that rattle through the open framework of the interior. You look over to Alma and see her eyes are closed, a small tremble at the corner of her mouth. You look at the engine, Alma's engine, an object that you have come to respect over the past cycle, even if you haven't necessarily grown to love it. It is, as you see it now, a difficult thing to love, whose parts of it make little sense, and its old systems, those now bypassed and made obsolete by newer additions, still somehow play an integral role you don't understand. It is unwieldy and unnecessarily so, and the accumulation of parts and patches from its long service make it unsurprisingly fragile. Meanwhile, other sections have been welded and re-welded so many times that they are impregnable and will never be able to be replaced. It is uncooperative and prone to sudden outbursts of cooling fluid and even fuel. It is restless and will begin to leak when left idle for too long. It is always too cold or too hot, thanks to the coolant and the fuel, and it is hard to predict which it will be at any given moment. And yet, despite all this, it is an object you feel close to, that you feel a kinship with, because in the end you too are an accumulation of broken parts. Long outliving their operational limits, you too are a machine that has become a story, and a story that has grown beyond the ability of others to understand it. Well, that was pretty nice. I like that. I might save that for later. You look over to Alma again, and Bliss is there beside her. You can see they are talking, but with the engine running, you cannot hear them. You watch for a moment, Bliss now apparently listening as, in faltering words, almost explains something to them. Bliss nods, and then suddenly they embrace, gentle and with a care. Bliss pushes back, and as soon as the moment passes, it seems like it might not have happened at all. Nothing in the two figures' attitudes betray the act, and the room seems unchanged. You try to remember if you have seen them speaking before now, but you recall there are many moments when you were not with Bliss. As you watch Alma's approach, you realize that the engine is now not just special to you, and that between her and Bliss, it might have been the bridge to a unique kind of respect. That's the job, Sleeper. Alma approaches you from the other side of the room, and you know where the payment is to be found. I believe that brings our business to an end. Alma scratches at her hair. Unless you've something to add. What brought you out here? Scrap tends to bring scrappers to the place they visit, she sniffs. I knew there was scrap to be found here. Sadly, I did not know that my engine was about to take a turn for the worse. I appreciate the assistance. You are welcome to take what you want from the hangar, if you haven't already. You see a knowing shimmer in her eye. Now I must kindly ask you to leave my ship. As the airlock cycles, you look across the Bliss and swear you see a tear in their eye. You doing good? Bliss turns to you as if they forgot you were there. I'm good, Sleeper, really good. They sniff. This place reminds me of why I do what I do. Why I fix things. They look ahead. There's beauty in it. You find yourself drifting away from Alma's rig in the haze of thought. It's clear to you that at this point is that Alma's history is written all over this place. But more than that, well, you can't be sure. The story, it seems, isn't for you. You realize as you gaze at the broken remains of the facility that Alma never took any of her half of the whole. Oh! You turn back and squint at the cockpit of her rig. You see her there looking out across the wasteland, still as a statue. It's an image that as you load into the ring and begin the preparation to depart will stick with you. One that every time you enter the engine room of your ship, a room almost identical to the engine room of Alma's rig will leap into your mind. A woman floating above the wreck of what was once the home, looking for a reason to keep going. Well, hello there, Popsky. How are you doing this evening? What did you miss? You missed a lot of reading. You missed a lot of reading, that's for sure. I hope you're doing well there, Popsky. But I think the biggest thing you miss is that I cannot use good dice to get fuel at all. There's this one place. Oh no, I don't wanna leave. I'll show you later. But there's one spot we're gonna have to cross over it eventually at some point as well. There's one spot that that I need to like gather some fuel, harvest some fuel. But I just can't do it. It just stresses my character out. My poor dice, they're all broken. Last thing you remember from last night was that you were talking to a captain from another ship, I think. We did go to some other solar systems as well. Did you mind this frozen asteroid? Oh yes, the frozen asteroid, yes, the water asteroid. Yes, I remember now where we were, okay. That, yes, so we peeled the layers of the ice to get into the core ice, into the deep core ice, and then we took that back as samples, and then we got paid for that pretty well, actually. So that job actually went pretty smoothly. Okay, but here we have some scrap to extract, so I'll see what we can do here. We have a 6-sided dice here, that'll be 100%, so that's definitely something we'll do. And then on this side we have hidden treasures. I'll spend my points on here. And I think we'll do a rest here first. We'll end the cycle. We don't have any stress, and I'll keep it that way. Hello, Dunstan. Good to see you. How you doing today? Oh, that's some better dice. Come on. That's some better dice. Finally, I'm getting some better dice here. Come on, gather those scrap leaves. One step closer, right? Let's use these dice over here. We can see if we can find this hidden treasure. Getting closer now. Okay, let's see. Surely we can grab this treasure. There we go. You find your way to a sealed bay. The door is in good condition. Perhaps the treasure are behind it. And then I still need to put some points here in the raw materials, but let's see here about this treasure. There is a hiss and a rush of stale air as the sealed bay deep in the facility tunnels open for the first time in years. The beams of your pseudo lamps reach into the dark, picking up the waves of dust and debris. They reveal a small bay big enough for a shuttle, but not a rig like yours. As you glide inside, those same beams catch on the frame of something that sits at the center of the bay. It is wide and flat with a cylindrical central section that runs at length. As you move around, looking at the section of plates that open the frame, you realize it is a ship, or at least it was. This frame, filled with rusted components and partially covered with old hull plates, suggests a fast ship, an arrowhead designed to cut through debris and even atmosphere. You float up a little to see into the central cylinder, and your lamp reveals a cockpit outfitted with 2 people, one sat behind the other. The seats are carefully upholstered, and you realize this was a labor of love. The whole ship, in fact, seems to be built by hand, a custom model with little function out here beyond looping around asteroids for the thrill of it. Looking closer, brushing away the surface corrosion, you see flames painted on the hull, plates in curling patterns, the brushstrokes visible even after what must have been here many years. As you inspect the half-finished ship, a sense of quiet wonder kept you silent. You notice a glint towards its rear. You approach and you see an engine, all interlocking tubes and flared vents. It is unlike any you have seen ever. but the holes in its side suggest that it may never have been finished. These holes are the source of its glint. You reach in and pull out some strange-looking engine components, each pristine and complex. You hesitate for a moment, and suddenly feeling like you shouldn't be disturbing such an intimate object. But it occurs to you that nothing would please the person who built the ship more than seeing that these handmade components put to use. You secure them to your suit and push away from the ship. As you leave the bay, you turn to take one last look at the treasures inside. It's possible that it never flew, or perhaps it was in the middle of an extensive refit when the place was abandoned. Either way, in flying years have long since passed, and now with the bay open it will corrode much faster, melting with the anomized scraps of this place in mere cycles. You suppress a shiver and then start the journey back to the surface, aware of the components dangling at your side. Oh, we even have a Magoo! Hello there, Magoo! Hello, hello! How are you this evening? We're continuing on our reading adventure here on the Citizen Sleeper 2. Thanks for joining us, sir. Ah yes, the loot. Finding some rest for Magoo. Oh my. Alright, can we try something here with intuition? We could. No wait, this one's done. We did find a treasure. What did we find? Engine components, okay. I think I'll try this one. 25% negative. Come on, 25% positive. Here we go, here we go. Oh yes. Alright, what's next? Asked Eugen. Let's see. You rest for a moment, taking a breath from the dragging the plate you've cut across the asteroid's surface. You find yourself looking up towards Alma's rig, still there on the edge of the crater, and wondering if she's watching. With her engine fixed, you half expected her to leave immediately, but she remained there on the horizon, unable to leave this place. As if in response, your comm channel buzzes. A nice pile you got there, Alma announces herself on the open channel. We'll make scrappers of your kids yet. That scrap will earn you a pretty penny if you know what you're doing, she continues. Home Rock's always a good place to offload. Thank you for the advice. I'll give you that for free. You look at the stack of ragged torch-cut plates as they are loaded up into the rig's cargo hold, and you have to admit, you do feel a little pride in the work you've done. You're doing good there, Magoo. Excellent. Excellent. Excellent, excellent. Thanks for stopping here as well, Magoo. Gotta clear my throat every now and again. This reading gets a lot in this game. Thanks, I'll say. You earned it. You glance over your shoulder at the cockpit of Alma's rig, where you can see her watching. What are you doing out there? There's a click on the open channel as it closes, and Alma seems to take a moment to consider her response. Let me ask you a question, Sleeper. She clears her throat. What do you think this place was? Must have been some kind of hangar. I found a ship. Alma coughs and sputters, then goes silent. Got a good nose for salvage, have we? She sniffs. Not just a hangar, though. A home. I do see that. I definitely see that. Alma goes quiet for a moment, but you wait, getting the feeling there's still more to be said. See the old rays on the far side? You turn and look up to the rock towards the broken frames and panels you can just make out in the dust, catching the sun's weak light. Those were the first priority. Get power running, recharge the cells for the excavators and the welders, turn the scrap into something livable. She falters and coughs. Look at them now. You see the tumble-down collection of panels. They look like they were scattered by the careless hand, discarded without much thought. The comms channel clicks off, and you see the distant silhouette of Alma's drift from view, out of the cockpit of her rig. You turn back to see the scrap has been loaded into the ship. You're half of the haul. Though you suspected this place is more than just a haul for armor. Definitely. Do some jerkonomics while we're at it. That's a bit better. That's a bit better. Gonna try. Try even more. Okay, okay. That's good. That's a good idea. Alright, let's see if we can find our way back to the flotsam. And click here, and we're gonna click leave. We have all we need from that area. Right, we have returned to the flotsam. Let's see, we're gonna put some points here in some engineering. Maybe, well, we'll use the 5 dice because that's gonna go up to 6 anyway. We can use the 6 for something else possibly. And I'll use the 4 to go 50-50. Perfect. Right, let's see what the flotsam has to say. Or what is to say in the flotsam. The chaos of flotsam intrigues you. The passage to passage, it is the most incoherent place you have ever visited. Plating, cladding, and cushioning of all kinds of conditions hide a forest of wires and ducts, interfacing in ways their manufacturers would never dream possible. Rooms of crushed cargo bays, flipped bridges, and eviscerated engine rooms. Patchwork corridors are lumped with messy welds, bending worryingly along their length. It is, to put it nicely, a total mess. It's not that you don't like it, but finding an artificer among this chaos has been more than a little challenging. The cycle searches these winding passages once more, seeing only scrap merchants and junk shops. You have begun to wonder if Seraphim had any idea what he was talking about when he advised you to come here. A sleeper, a voice cuts through the pungent air. Well, I never. Oh, okay, who do we have here? You glance in the voice's direction and find yourself looking at a small booth piled with tech. Behind a fogged and scratched plastic screen is a meticulously arranged counter, the only clear spot in sight. At it, an old man with wet and wandering eyes sits neatly. Oh, let us approach. Gee me, tilts his head. I didn't mean to be rude, please. And he bows a little. That's okay. He smiles warmly, almost bowing again, his hunched shoulders accentuating the movement. Now he pauses, taking care with his speech now. How are you feeling, sleeper? He beckons you a little closer. I am Jean Michael. Jean Michael. Although, please call me Jean Me. I work with machines. He sweeps a hand above his counter where you see configurations of tiny parts, mostly small ones. He smiles. Okay, I'm not doing very well. Of course. He chops with his hand to indicate a stool with a leg bar meant for perching beside his counter, and such is the clarity persuasiveness of his movement that you I can't say that. Obligling. Your presence is a rare honor here. He smiles and looks down into his lap. I am sorry if I make you uncomfortable. I am just very pleased to see you. Can I help you with something? I was more imagining I could help you. I can see your journey to me has not been easy, he says with genuine concern. You track his eyes across your body, noticing the scuff marks on your thick vinyl-like skin, the replaced and broken parts of your body, the marks of violence. You pull your jacket a little tighter. Jinmi finds his hands one over the other and places them on the counter. I do not know what your experiences have been, but I want to assure you that I see you as a person, a being, a soul, shall we say, as valid as any other. You look at Jinmi, his own age and wear also evident, a life of precise and careful work, shaping his body into a reflection of his process. You note his unconfident way of speaking, which betrays a certain loneliness, a lack of practice, and it is his turn to feel observed. This is some heavy reading, exactly, Magoo. Some crazy stuff happening here, some crazy words as well. Yo, well, that's good for me. It's good for me. I'm really appreciative of some of these games where we can learn some new words and be able to use them. Because a lot of these words you hear and you never use them, right? I like writing that as nice words in it, as long as you can still follow. Oh, hello there, Bobcat. You going to the beach? Ah, I see. You can't use old Freako's chats anymore, so you have to go and bring it out. Yeah, that's fine. Just be careful. The Nightbot's always watching, eh? Good to have you there, Bobcat. Right, I think we'll say, I understand. You are kind. The frankness of the remark takes you by surprise. He looks down at his counter and begins to take apart a tiny piece of machinery that sits there. Many years ago, when I began my apprenticeship, I would find that whenever I saw something that, was not working well, I was fixated on it and its repair. He tinkers with the parts, twisting them precisely. Of course, the belt is filled with this kind of dysfunctional detail. And so I was busy for many years with these small fixings. He smiles in reminiscence. But now I find that when I am interested in a thing that is not working as it should, he sharply twists one of the parts between his fingers. It is because it might have some quality not yet foreseen or discovered. He releases an altered object into the air, where it basically twists in a hypnotic display, like a spinning top whose movements are totally unpredictable. Jinmi smiles at you, watching his hypnotic toy. I can see that you are in the process of becoming Sleeper. He catches the spinning toy between a finger and a thumb. Let me aid you in this. You miss him? Yeah, I also miss all the good old Freako streams. Definitely. Oh wow, we even have the Vicious V. Welcome, Vicious V. How you doing? Oh. No need to protect your messages, Magoo, unless you said something that the Night One's gonna be banned at. But how are you doing, the Vicious V? A thumbs up. Wow, appreciate it. Appreciate you. What's up? What the? Thank you so much for stopping by. Yeah. We are in the middle of seeing if we can find an artificer who will be able to deal with our problem here. We were in quite a scuffle earlier. Well, basically in the first episode we got shot at and blown up, and almost our whole game just ended almost. So we need some repairs and fixing up. Our mechanical body is not holding firm. Might start cursing on this Facebook page just for very tired, just came to bed. Oh wow, 13 hours of work. Phew. That's crazy, man. Well, have a good rest. Maybe the sounds of my voice will put you right to bed. Let's hope. Let's see if I can read you some more. That I'm sure that'll help. Alright, let's see. Let's see what we'll answer here. What do you mean, sir? Gene Me, precise hands drop to a device around his neck. He deftly pulls a pair of goggles up to his face, masking his wet eyes. Hold still, sleeper. Something flickers inside the goggles, their face blank. Gene Me's hands play across buttons and switches on the exterior, tuning and focusing. I'll let him work. When the goggles are finally lowered, they reveal a look of concern on Gene Me's face. I think you better come inside, he says. He kicks off from his desk and disappears. A moment later, you hear a rattle and a small bulkhead door beside the booth that you had assumed was rusted shut creaks open. Gene Me beckons you inside. Gene Me's workshop is even more cramped than you expected. As you enter, you are surrounded by all sides with netting holding bundles of terminals, server drives and cables. It is a center, padded sweat, and a set of articulated arms mounted with sensors and tools fill the space. The seat plays. Jimmy gestures at it with a polite smile. Trying to catch up there on the DBZ there from the Popski. When will you about? Okay, cool. Yeah, that was some cool new episodes out. Popski's been working hard on the new episodes. You're saying you will be finishing that playthrough soon? Okay. But a shame, but also hopefully. Yep, that is a weird thing about games, right? It's like you can't wait to finish it, but then you also don't want to finish it because you want to still play it. It's a weird sensation. Don't know if other media really has that sensation of I cannot wait to finish it, but then I cannot wait to not finish it. Like I think if a movie dragged on and this dragged on, even if it's good, eventually you would be like, nah, let's just end it here. But a game, I don't know, if it's good You can just... It can just go on and on, right? Alright, Jimmy. What are we going to do? Not to worry, he says. I only wish to examine you. It is non-intrusive. You tentatively settle on the seat, slipping your arms and feet into the straps, meant to keep you from floating out into zero-G. Jimmy floats beside you. He looks across your body. There is damage here. I see that. We'll get to that. But I see something else here as well. This is why you came. He looks at you solemnly. Indeed. Though I have never met a sleeper, I have studied them. I was lucky to acquire some materials from the SNR some time ago. In the interest of your own endeavors, he begins arranging a series of sensors around you in articulated arms. You are pleasingly distinct from those materials. His eyes flash with excitement. I am right in thinking you have been modified. Well, I guess I rebooted myself? Yes, I see that your dependency on stabilizer on the immune recording portion of this makeup at least has been broken. It gives you a precise look, but that is not all. You are physically modified, not externally but internally. He carefully positions the final sensor. Oh, maybe it's kind of like that ship that we repaired earlier. Your tracker is disabled, which makes it impossible for SNR to find you. Congratulations. He smiles broadly. But this is not all. You have been modified. Yes, but you are also being modified as we speak. You feel a strange claustrophobia at Jimmy's statement. Modified? Seraphim rebooted your system, ran the recording protocol, but that shouldn't have physically changed you. It only removed your planned obsolescence. That can't be right. Then you were not aware, he nods. I'm sorry to hear that. Jimmy goes to a terminal and flicks a switch. Through the back of the translucent screen, you see a nodal web in the vague shape of a sitting body. Your body. These changes appear to be complex, subtle, but consistent. Jimmy goes silent as he taps at the terminal, the representation of your body rotating and unfolding in unsettling motions. Ofsky is saying it's actually very surprised that you're getting some views at all for the DBZ. Okay. Yeah, see, I saw some of them actually doing really well, eh? Yeah. Well, that's good. I'm glad, Ofsky. I'm glad, very glad. Let's say, how is this happening? How is a good question, he squints. How am I unsure of? Oh, sorry. How I am unsure of. Okay. That sentence was a bit odd for me to read. Okay. See here. He points at the flickering representation of your spine, tracing a line towards your head. Your nervous system is growing additional nodal points here and there. Meanwhile, your emulation interface is growing an umbilical access port, though towards what end am I unsure. You instinctively reach back and touch the base of your head. As you do, the scan flickers and screeches with noise. We feel for something there, growing under your thick vinyl skin. Can you feel a lump, or is that just your imagination? You pick at it. Gene sighs and shuts off the terminal. The changes are partial and, in all honesty, he gestures sharply at the sensors. The resolution is too poor. I need to run a full diagnostic, but for that I would need... He drifts over to another terminal and brings up a screen. Screens and screens of text and diagrams. Yes, some kind of a medium to hold your suspended emulation. The access jack I can build myself, but we will need to bridge your emulation. Jimmy speaks quietly, almost to himself. A ship mind would be an ideal for this. Would have to be a high capacity. A prime ship mind, Solheim in origin. Perhaps Helium Gate might hold records of any that were in the system. He taps at the terminal. Oh no, don't send me back there! Jimmy turns back to you and says, yes, the prime ship mind is essential for your wish further investigations to be done. I will need this above all. He thumbs the terminal off. I am sorry to say, Sleeper. Too many new characters, you can't remember them. Yeah, this one is definitely new. We just met this artificer now. But we're looking for someone to help us with our little problems, so to say, and we found even more problems creeping around on our body. Our little artificial fake robot body. I'm going to need a minute to process all this, of course. GB busies himself with taking down the sensors and folding away the articulated arms. As he does, you try and calm yourself. You feel as if you have worms under your skin, and it takes all your focus not to pick at its at the seams. GB suddenly but gently places a hand on yours. Please remain calm. He puts a careful restored rare component in your hand. This can help you. GB for you to fall still. Waits for you to fall still. Then he leans back a little, relieving some of the strange intimacy of the moment. For now, your work is concluded. Happy gaming, thank you, Vicious V. No problem, no problem. Really appreciate even the short moments. But we'll hopefully see you shortly. Hopefully I can pop there around your area of your neck of the woods, as they say, soon. But very good to see you, Vicious V. He measures his fingers again and bows with a small head bob. But you are welcome anytime. Thank you. Of course. This man seems to have returned to something more businesslike. A humble man who knows his customers' needs. You get up from the seat a little dazed and push away from the passage. Safe travel, Sleeper, Jimmy says quietly, placing the promised list in your hand as he lets you back into the station. You leave dazed, unsure of how you feel about the insistence of this man's particular kindness, but most of all haunted by the idea of the unseen processes that are running within you. Part of you does not wish to know anything further. You leave this place and never look back, and another is desperate to immediately retrieve every object on this list so that you may know what strangeness is happening with you. For now, you must steady yourself and find a way to continue. Seraph. Seraphim comes to find you in your bunk. After Jinmi assessment, you find yourself drifting back to the ring, a need of the familiarity of comfort of your own ship. I know that comfort. Well, not a ship, but I mean, the place that you call your own. Sleeper, he drifts in. You found an officer. He hovers by the door looking concerned. I'll explain myself to him. You tell him about Jimmy, how he offered to offer you repairs and ran an assessment of your frame. You describe the cramped booth and the articulated arms, the strangeness of seeing your own body anatomized upon the terminal screen. Then you tell him that your body is changing, growing, in ways that Jimmy cannot identify, that some process has been started and you do not know where it will end. You mention umbilical ports and nodal points, trying to best to remember the detail of the things Jimmy asked you to retrieve. Seraphim groans pale and silent. He shakes his head when you stop talking. Lane, he frowns. That piece of garbage has to be behind us. We don't know that for sure. I know it, Sleeper. A dark look crosses his face. I am sure of it. Well, we'll get what you need. We'll find the ship mined, he nods. A bit of work here and there, and we can make it to the Helion Gate and wherever else. Thanks, buddy. Just say the word. He goes quiet. Don't give up on yourself just yet, he smiles. Get up and get back to it. And with that, he turns and kicks off to the corridor, disappearing from sight. You wait a little while, staring at the stained ceiling of the bunks, letting the thoughts settle in your mind. And then, when you are ready, you get up and leave, dazed but with a stony determination growing in your chest. Oh, hello there, Nolyar. Nolyar's Gaming. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing good today. I really hope you're doing well. So you guys had to postpone some streams and stuff, so hopefully everything is going well. But always take care of yourself first, because otherwise we won't have the streams anyway. So, but it's so good to see you there, Nolyar. I see we have discovered some more thingsy. That is Jinmi's booth. There's the prime shipment. Okay, we gotta find that. Here's some work for us. Some risky flotsam maintenance. Combine some engine components. Oh, these engine components and flotsam integration. This means the meshing systems as well as scrap. The integrators will pay for anyone skilled with meshing the networks. Also says that the flotsam here, maintenance, the flotsam needs constant work to keep it sealed and safe. The integrators are volunteers and can always use some help. Okay. Oh yes, Bob yeah, like Bob says, he did find the pin. Oh yeah, they did finally send it. Talking about it, did they send it to? They probably send it to the new address, right? And how long did it take you? After obviously it got lost the first and second times, obviously, but When you actually got it the last time, how long did it take? Just curious as well. Here we can buy some fuel. Let's do that. Supplies. Oh, can't buy any supplies here. It's not good. So I'm going to change that one back to cryo, just in case. And what do we got over here? Some work for hydroponics. Old Tatake is the oldest ship in the flotsam and now serves as a huge hydroponic farm, keeping the station alive. Ships are always available. Here we can buy supplies. Alright. Let's buy some supplies. I'll use some of these dice if I can. Let's put them here on the intuition. Grey hairs, you say? I think you need a closer look there, Bobcat. Need a closer look? I don't know what you're speaking of yet, sir. Oh, you don't think it even got lost, you just think it just took that long. Oh, wow, okay. So that's pretty sad though. Because if it took that long and then the code, like, did the code expire, or did that code, you had to, like, or did you request a new one, or does it have time, does it have a time limit or not? Oh, Tom Hanks delivered it personally. Over being shipwrecked. Oh my. Oh, you had a good laugh at the JP's comments when you went barefoot. Oh yeah, there's some good fun to have there on JP's channel. Just Paul. Yeah, there's some good fun to be there. There's some good fun there. Let's do that one as well. Yeah, we get some raw scrap and cryo, that's good. How much of this scrap may I carry? Maybe infinite amounts? Probably not infinite amounts, but... Alright, so where are we going? Oh, to the Helion Gate. Ah, yes, okay. I don't like that place. Don't like that place very much. But we'll go back here. Make a couple trips. Way out here. You are the first to notice them. Small, wide, smooth shapes at the boundaries between the hull plates, in the seams of paneling curling out from beneath vents. Mushrooms, dotted here and there all across the cargo bay. Mushrooms growing on your ship? This doesn't seem very hygienic. Bliss floats next to you, surveying the scattering of pale caps in the cargo bay. It's hard not to agree, although you know spores and fungi can have a significant effect on your body. Not that you've risked it before. We should vent the cargo bay, Seraphim voice crackles through the cargo bay speakers. He's flying the ship, but you updated him on your new passengers. This is what comes from having spores in wonky crates sitting in your bay cycle after cycle. You look with a slight embarrassment at the ragged spores crates that Nemba asked you to deliver Aki as a gift. Maybe you should have provided a fast courier. I was there. They didn't want it. I don't know where. Ah, man, I knew that was something else. Bliss sees you looking. Hey, don't blame yourself. They didn't seem to be hurting anyone. They float over a cap and tear it off at the stem. We know from Nemba that these are edible, so... you're telling me we could farm them? We're always short on supplies, Seraphim voices buzzes through the speakers. But a few caps don't make a meal. Bliss inspects the cargo cap. Inspects the cap. I do like a good mushroom, they sniff. Back on the eye, they had these matsutake that smelled amazing. They look over the cargo bay. It doesn't get used much. Most of your holes fit comfortably in 1/4. There's plenty of room to isolate the little growing area, maybe with some plastic sheets. Or you could just open the hatch and let the void and space sterilize the whole place for you as you fly. After all, if these things get into the air recyclers, you could have a serious problem on your hand, and who knows what they might do to the wiring. Either way, you better keep hold of the packed spore crates. Maybe just secure it in its own locker. Nemba wouldn't be impressed if you vented those spores, but the mushrooms, they need to decide what to do with them. Oh my, what am I gonna do with all these mushrooms? We're just speaking about JP and now they're speaking about food. Oh, and we have a Freako. Oh, way, how are you doing there, Freako? Good to see you. This is a reading game for sure. Oh, 100%. 100% there, Freako. Good to have you. Bobcat was just missing you not 2 minutes ago. Not 2 minutes ago, Bobcat was missing you, so you better go and tell him hi. I haven't done this much reading. We did some reading. Okay, what did we play last time when we did some reading? I'm sure we did some reading somewhere. We're often trying to read a book or two here, but not a whole like Lord of the Rings book. Let's think about it though. Do we need all the extra mushrooms? Do we need extra food? Would it count as like supplies? If so, I will keep the mushrooms. This could end badly. We could break our ship somehow, but I'm gonna keep the mushrooms. Bliss holds the cap to their mouth and then thinks better of it. They squint at you. Are you sure? Why are you questioning the captain? Keep the mushrooms. We still need to figure out how to harvest and prepare them. Bliss slips the cap into a pocket, but I think it's a good call. You hope they're right. This rig is busy enough without adding extra ecosystems into the mix. As you leave the cargo bay, you suddenly realize you've taken on yet another project. It is becoming a habit. Oh nice, we got some good dice here. Maybe we can use them for some gambling. Yeah, oh yeah, let's do some gambling. I'm not proficient in the gambling, so using a 6-sided dice is probably the way to go. Ooh, +2 on Gambler's Friend. That's what we like to see. That's what we like to see. Don't lose all my money though. Okay. +1. We can deal with +1. Okay. 4 is a little too low for that kind of experiment. Let us refuel over here. Buy some fuel. And we have supplies. I think we can sell some of these scrap over here. And process some scrap. Okay, let's do that. I'm not sure what what we need more of, so I think keeping it like half and half should be a fair assumption. Gambling after taking some shrooms. You have some guts there. Look, yeah, I don't promote gambling, but this game is all about risk reward. Let's see if we can get some more money. 14 cryo, excellent number, excellent. Okay, we don't have any stress. Okay, we have fuel. We have a component. We have some data. Some whole bunch of stuff. Okay. Oh, what is this? Oh, this is the mushrooms. Okay. The fungus farmer. It turns out that turning the cargo bay into a mushroom farm is more work than you thought. This will take a while. Oh no. Do we have a time limit on this, or... Okay. I don't think so, and it's gonna follow us, so we can do it anywhere. That's good. Okay. I think let us get on our way to the Helion frame. We missed the witty, I can't even speak. I've been reading too much, Rico. The witty humor. I wouldn't go so far to say witty. I'm sorry. Apologize. Alright, we have here idle mines. Identifying a ship with a viable ship mine being spawning through the records of Solheim's shipping lanes. We could try and extract some records by slower than turning on the entire archive. Selectively extracting records is a safer and slower method to get what we need. Or we can power up the archive. One way to get the data you need from the archive is to power it up. The whole machinery, a daunting engineering task. But we have skills in engineering, I will do it. Let's do it. Idle mines. +3. Excellent. Excellent day. Okay, I'm definitely... Yeah, that one's the furthest I'll push it. Lost some energy, but we still made a good dent there. I also need some fuel. So I will spend the rest of these in here, even though this is 50 neutral and 50 negative. This is not even positive. We can't even get a positive outcome over here. That is as positive as I've ever seen. Fuel and minus energy. That's perfect. Because now we can travel further on. So first thing I'll do is take a little nap. Or maybe we can work on the mushrooms. I think it's reasonable. Okay, +2 fungus farmer. Then we'll end the cycle. It's all about balancing where you want to use the dice you've rolled. Hopefully you roll some good dice. That's some really good dice. Let's use the 5 ones over here. Because we have engineering +1, so every dice you use that's a 5 becomes a 6. And a 6 is an automatic success. A 4 becomes a 5, which is 50-50. Which is definitely a plus, I think. And I only need one more. Lose some energy. But that's okay. I'll just remind myself to buy some energy. Just to consume some supplies, I think. Where did the bobcat run off to? He's here somewhere. He's here somewhere. Alright, let's see what we got here. In the dark and airless void of the archives, something flickers. You have been working in the dark, picking through the guts of corroded machines, skimming the data in their corrupted memories, digging through the graveyard in search of ghosts. But now, with that flicker, the place begins to come back to life. All along the rows of benches, some of them crushed by fallen ceiling panels, terminals begin to flicker into uneasy life, and a cacophony of distorted sounds accompanying the machines, as some of them immediately glitch and spark. Did you do this? You stand frozen as the archives glitter around you with a million shipping entries. The stream of information of information is overwhelming. Node graphs are drawing out routes of inventories, tracing a web around you in a pale cyan. Suddenly, they all shut off. The terminals blink out together, leaving a single translucent screen glowing softly in the dim room, and in that dim room, drifting towards you out of the dark, you see a figure. Is this what you were looking for? The voice crackles aggressively through the suit's local comms. Who are you? Sleeper, is that you? You hear Junie's voice now, tense and unsure. She stops beside the single online terminal, her suited form lit in pale light. It's Junie! You hear the smile in her voice. Good to see you again. She pauses and glances around through the venue. Is a little unexpected. Well, what are you doing here? I'm searching these archives too, although slightly less forcefully than you. I did have the whole speech prepared for whatever salvage was ripping through these archives so messily, not to mention so aggressively. But now that I know it was you, well, I'm glad to see you. Although you really need to be more careful, you could have taken the entire archive down the way you were working on it. These machines are decades old. You can't just rifle through them like they were scrap pile. I saw the pattern on your queries. A prime ship-minded equipped ship still operates at the collapse, last located in the region around the Hellion Gate. You can feel how pleased she is to get herself from there. Isn't that about right? Well, there he is. There's the man himself, the Bobcats. This is the freaky freak in my life. Well, good to hear they freak out. But we're all rooting for you, so if you need anything, just shout. I'm sure anyone here will be eager to help you. Makes you warm and fuzzy when you're swearing at each other. You guys got a weird sense of affection. Okay, what are you gonna say? Nicely done. She nods. You would expect anything else? That's why I did the hard work for you. Judy beckons you over to the lone lit-up terminal. You drift over and see a single point, a faded transit trail beside it. sunward from the Hylian Gate. Something like this, maybe. You smile and step inside so you can see the screen. You check the info pane beside the map. Ship mine in use, abandoned by all hands after the collapse, tantalizingly in reach. Something like that. She shrugs. Well then, it's yours. But Uni turns, and in the glow of the terminal meets your eye with complete seriousness. The question is, what do you want for it? I can explain myself. You tell her that Genie told you about your shifting body, transformed by some unknown influence, about the need for a prime ship mine to house your emulated mind while he runs a diagnostic process. She is silent for a moment, unsure how to respond. I'm sorry, Sleeper, but I think I can help you. I want to come with you. Junie gives you a strong look. Do you know how often someone gets out to one of these old Solheim wrecks? They are more trouble than they are worth, but contained inside there's an entire history to uncover. Well, I need that ship mind. And you are welcome to it, she pauses. I promise to help you get what you need and not to get in your way. I know I can't force you or trick you into taking me. That's why I wanted to offer you this instead. She indicates the terminal, still showing the ship's final resting place. I hope that maybe, if I helped you find what you needed, it would show you that I could be trusted. Sure. She smiles. Thank you for saying so. She did kind of stab us in the back like the first time, and we almost died. And but that's not the best. What are you guys saying there? We get some hearts there. Hopefully that's for me, Bobcat. Oh, we've been studying some stuff on photography related to marketing, some social media. Awesome. I think in the last week and a half I might have played like 5 hours of games. Wow. From like 50 hours to like 5 hours. That's crazy. You gonna sell your organs? Oh no. They're all fried anyway. Oh no. Alright, Uni, what are you saying? You're gonna send the coordinates to your ship. I'll be hanging around the gate until you are ready to leave. She sits in front of the terminal and plugs in her deck, tapping away at a rapid speed. If you need to get supplies from the spindle or anything else, fine. She folds her arms. I'll wait. But if you go on this jump without me, I'll get the message. She shrugs. You won't see me again. With that, you leave her in the archive extraction data as you ascend back to Hylian's Gate's upper level. Alright, so if I want to go on the Hylian Gate mission, I need to take her on that mission with us. Okay. I just need to remember. Yes. So where is that one? Extract the prime ship mine. Where are you hiding? Is it? Oh, is it somewhere in the system? I think. Ah, perfect. Okay. If we extract, if we use 4. Then I can still use 4 to get back here. Okay. Okay. That's what we're gonna have to do. We're gonna have to fly here, then return, then fly back over that side. You're playing the less than Frico. Oh no, Bobski. Oh my. Let's see if we can get this wreck. First, let me see if I can use these dice. I have some dice. Where can I use them? Data scrapping. Let's use them here, at least a 6 one. Get some Solheim data, that's good. Over here, I think I'll use this one. Hopefully we can get some fuel. Hopefully I don't lose too much energy. Ugh. Okay, let me just make a meal and get some energy, and then I will rest here, try to see if I can reduce that stress. Okay, good. Oof. Okay, let us travel. Let us travel while we're still in one piece. Well, we gotta take Uni, and we'll take. Let's take June because I'm just gonna do it the other way around. So my brain is fine. June has some other skills that I don't have, so that's useful. Oh my, rough. Oh my, Bobcat. Ooh. Alright, let me distract my mind from that. Where to fall sunward, sleeper? Seraphim turns back in his chair and looks at you. I don't like it. It's hard not to agree. The coordinates Juni found have drawn you out of Helen's Gate and almost out of the belt completely. Into the soft rubble strew transition with the Helian system to the edge of the Conway-controlled space. That's why the ship is likely to be untouched. Judy surveys the wreck coldly. It's too far sunward for belt traffic to run into, and now with the Conway drones patrolling the edge of the belt, it's even less attractive as a salvage site. Lucky us. Junior's eyes, you trying to detect if you are being sarcastic or not. I doubt anyone has been here in decades. So actually, I would say we are lucky. Are there any drone signals? Nothing you can see, but I don't dare reach out too far. Seraphim flicks a few switches. We should assume they are out there. As you look out at the twisted wreck, you swear you can see a red light blinking between the stars. You exchange a look with Seraphim. He has seen it too. You better get to it, sleeper. Seraphim begins unclipping from his seat, quickly and quietly. From what I understand, Conway drones run on automatic until they are detected something of interest. Union clips too. So as long as we stay quiet, we don't have to contend with an operator, just automated search sweeps. With no weapons, I'd say we are screwed either way. Eugen shoots you a wink. I'd say better not to be seen, right, sleeper? He gets up out of the corner seat and glides towards the back of the ship to get suited up. You drift out of the chair and head toward the airlock, unable to shake the feeling of being watched. Being here is a risk, you know that, but you need the shipment, so no matter what happens, you won't be leaving here empty-handed. Nice, okay. Freaking, you can do 1 leg push-ups when I was 21. 1 leg push. What? And now we can only do half ones. What? A little incident. Oh my, Popsky. Oh my. It's okay if you drive a car. It's good. Cord clip. Oh no. Alright, so okay, we gotta try and be stealthy. So we have some okay dice here. 3 dice. It depends what kind of thing we need to do. Alright. We need intuition, which I'm good at. It's gonna be useful. Okay, tracking the ship mind. The records show this ship has a ship mind installed, but you need to find where. We can explore the ship. It's a dangerous choice, but starting up network archives might bring unwanted attention, while exploring in person is likely to keep your crew undetected. You can also try and extract map data. Some of the ship network's archive still functions. Assessing map data from it will help you explore the wreck. Ah, Judy? Let's put you in there. That's gonna be 100%, so that's a good place to start. Plus 2. Right, another 100. And a plus 2 there. Oh, oops. Yeah, you're not going to be effective here, and you're not going to be effective here. Myself, the 3s, we can get them to 4, but it's a shame I don't have one more skill point there as well. Would have put it in my engineering already. We're rolling some dice as well. Let's do this one. Okay. That's not too bad, Junie. Let's see. Plus 2. Okay, excellent. We're halfway there at least. We can risk some more. 25% to get some negative effects. I think let's try 1. If it's too much. Okay. Let's not get too stressed. Let's let's not get too stressed. Can I do this one? Oh. Okay. Fungus farmer. Can't waste these dice. Definitely best to use them. Didn't stand a chance, says Uni. Those mushrooms didn't stand a chance. You have no idea what's going on in this game. It's a very simple game. Very simple, I'll show you now. Okay, so the beginning of your round, so the end cycle is gonna reset everything. So if we click on this, we're gonna start a new turn. And every turn where you actually playing the game, you go into missions. And as you can see, our mission here is to try and trace the ship mind. So we gotta find and locate the ship mind. But we have 2 choices. We can either explore the ship or we can extract some data. So there's normally a few ways to do it. As you can see, this one needs intuition. We are skilled in intuition, so if we use a dice, our dice will get better. So if we use a dice that is 5, if we use it here, it'll become a 6. So we click it, and because it's a 6, we'll automatically win. So a 6 automatically wins. In this difficulty, I'm not sure on other difficulties. So we also have 2 crew members, and they also have dice that they can roll. And they also have different skills. So if we go over here to our character, this is our character, we're playing as the machinist, so we're good with engineering and intuition. I'll put some points in intuition to make that bit better. So, if we have skills where we need endurance or we need to engage, then we're gonna be doing badly. We're gonna suck. So we're gonna try and focus on those skills or tasks that have pluses on for us. You can see our staff or our crew, they are not good with these tasks, but I am proficient in it. So if I put a 5 in here, it's going to go to 6. So that's good for me. And we need one more, so I'll use this one. That'll go to a 6. And there we go. And then after you've done something else will be revealed, or you find a resource, or you advance the story. Most of the time you're gonna be reading. And that's basically what this game is as well. It's mostly an RPG, a story-driven RPG, where you make some choices and you have some luck involved in rolling and manipulating the dice. And that's it. Simple as that. There you go. Simple as that. Junie leads you deep into the wreck, through crushed and twisted corridors, floating panels and wires appearing suddenly in your headlamp like strange sculptures. Just as you begin to tire of the endless dark and the haze of particles washing over your suit, Junie leads you into a chamber where the ceiling is torn open to reveal the stars. At its center lies a cylindrical object half your height but raised on a complex pedestal from which countless thick cables snake off into the dark like braided hair. One or two of them float freely, waving back and forth with glinting severed ends, but most of them disappear into the floor and walls or twist and curve out of sight. Beautiful, isn't it? Junie stares at the prime ship mind, the stars reflected in her faceplate. Oh, not too shabby. Junie glides over the pedestal, pushing her way delicately through the wires. As she takes out her terminal and looks for an access port, she talks softly, her voice carried through the suit comms. These cables lead off to every one of the ship's systems. Engines, life support, navigation, lighting, networking, you name it. Ship mind has hardwired access to them all. When an old ship like this was running well, the ship mind would distribute itself some of its protocols running freely in different sections. It would be less like a single governing mind and more like a load of systems clumped together to form a complex living machine. Think of a plant rather than a being, a plant with an incredibly rapid processing power and more accelerated response time than your average tree. You watch as he finds an access port and slips a cable inside, slotting a translucent screen into the top edge of the deck. Let's see here. Junie's screen fills with bright scrolling data. Incredible! That's so much here. She hits a few keys. I'll start copying this over. This everything I need? You watch as Junie starts rapidly tapping at her keyboard, her attention sucked into the data she is extracting. Junie, the ship mind? She snaps out of her trance. Sorry, yes, let me check. As I thought, she sighs. So, like I was saying, the protocols inside the ship minds are distributed. So when the ship mind is shut down unexpectedly, the protocols are rarely all contained in this unit. She places a hand gently on the cylinder, as is the case here. Part of it are trapped elsewhere, in the ship system nodes. She taps a few keys, which is a problem. There's always a problem. Luckily, Junie turns back to you smiling. You have me. If we rip this thing out now, with parts of its protocol elsewhere, it's probably going to destroy itself the moment we turn it on. It doesn't matter that we are going to wipe the whole thing anyway. It'll be too late. The mine inside the ship mind will be broken. But if we find nodes housing the distributed parts, power them up and then disconnect them, the protocols will be sent right back into the ship mind here. And we can take it out clean. Alright, sounds easy enough. Well, it isn't. She hits a key and a complex node map brings into her screen, but it is doable. Serious question for the Freako. You introduced us to all the chaos. Oh, the wormhole. Oh my. Nice. You're going to meet in the wormhole of the freakiness. Oh my. Oh, they're sucked in for life. Bobcat's looking forward to that moment. An ambulance or a jail cell. Oh my goodness. Better be safe and get yourself a hospital room inside the jail cell. Better be safe. Oh, Seraphine, what do you say? I've got an incoming call. Seraphine's voice suddenly cuts through the comms. Urgent and nervous. If you're lighting up the system and networks down here, time to stop. You hear a click as Junie disconnects from the cradle, and the two of you exchange nervous looks, instinctively backing off from the ship mind. Suddenly, a faint red light glitters in the dark beyond the broken ceiling. You hold still. The moment stretches out, and you hear Junie's breath through the comms. The light flashes, pauses, and then fades. You take a breath. Too close. Conway drone, Junie whispers, slipping the network. We're clear, Seraphine chimes in again. I've turned off almost all the rig systems, but we need to be careful. Keep network activity to a minimum. Understood, Junie cuts it. But we will need to access the network to get the shipment out quickly. Then I hope you're feeling lucky. There's a click as Seraphine closes the line. You and Junie look at each other again, and then at the ship mind, encased in its cradle, wrapped in cable. This isn't going to be easy. Alright, if you say so. Let's see what we need to do. Okay, good thing we brought someone with some brawn. And we have Junie that has some interfacing skills. And at least I have something we can try and hack the cradle. Wow, Freako, I almost lost my tea there. A ditch can also work. Wow. Wow. Yeah, the Bobcat, I can definitely confirm a freakazoid here that yeah, man, the ditches, it's way better than a prison in South Africa. Prison in South Africa, you better off in the ditch. Didn't I use this one? Let's do that quickly. Let's hack the cradle. Okay, the ship mine is still sealed in its cradle. It'll take some thought and experimentation to figure out how to extract it. Well, maybe we can track these cables. You can count on me, says Eugen. If you want to keep the net quiet, your only option is to track the physical connections the cradle has with the rest of the ship. Let's hope nothing bad happens. 25%. A little bit of stress. But at least we got 1 point in the extraction. I think with those low dice we will definitely end the cycle. Energy, do we have energy? Okay, we have some stress build-up. I think we just end the cycle. You're disappointed. You guys haven't been timed out. You're being too good. You're not used to being bad. See, that's what happens when Freako doesn't stream, Bobcat. You guys go all goody two-shoes here on me. I like it though, I like it. I like seeing it. Oh, double stress? How do you get double stress? Okay, at least we can get 100% there. And I'll use another 100. And this one goes to form. I think we'll use your one. Judy. Ooh. Not good, Judy. Not what I wanted to see, Judy. Okay, convoy alert, that's okay. We got a little further. Okay, gotta be a little bit more cautious now with the stress level. Okay, here we get the Starward disconnect. Disconnecting this node by any means will allow the ship mine to be extracted safely. Okay. Junie can help us here, and we are good with cutting the node. One clean cut through the connecting cable and the node will be disconnected, but mess up and there will be trouble. We can disable the node. This node needs to be disabled precisely and quickly to keep your incursion under wraps. And we also have the port node. So use an interface and also engineering. So we can cut this one as well. Okay, this is the same. Okay. Port disconnect and starboard. Okay. Riku gets a D minus. But an A plus for a D minus for execution, but A plus for persistence. Very good, A plus, very good there, Freako, very good. Alright, we gotta focus on me getting some 100% here. Let's do starboard, start here with the starboard. Makes sense, it's called Star, right? And we're playing Starward. This one is, ugh, I don't like that. I'd rather do something here on the ship. As much as it pains me, I'd rather do this. Oh my. Rude much. Okay, that's better. That's better. We've got some 6 dice. Let's see what we can get here. Junie with some good dice as well. Like above 100% here. Perfect. The node has been disconnected from the ship mine cradle. Right, we have to do both of them, okay. Let's do... I'll do mine. It's 2, and this one should give us +2 as well. Excellent. Node has been disconnected from the ship mine cradle. It's ready, Sleeper. Junie's voice comes quietly through the comms. You look over to her, floating beside the cradle, uplit by the pale screen of her face, of her deck. She gives you a reassuring nod. You turn to the prime ship mine, now floating above the cradle. The final node is connected and the lock released. You glide over the gently grab it. The worn metal casing gleams in dim light. As you do, you feel a strange sensation of something moving around inside, like a creature in a box, the weight shifting this way and then that under the pressure of your grip. It suddenly dawns on you that G&Me plans to put you inside the strange device, to hold your mind here while he investigates your body. The thought prompts a shiver. That drone's still sniffing around, Sleeper. Seraphim voice crackles on the comms. So if you have what you need, let's go. You feel Junie's hand fall on your shoulder. Come on, Sleeper. Don't overthink it. She pets you gently. There will be plenty of time for that later. You look up and see a faint red light glittering in the dark beyond the broken ceiling. Time to go. But maybe we can work on our mushrooms for a second. We have some good dice we haven't used here. We have a 5 dice, so let's use that one. Fun guy. Ugh. Might have some energy. Just not good, but it's acceptable. Here, 50-50, okay, that's good. Fungus. I don't know if I don't want to do that one. Okay. So we just go. Yeah, we just leave here. Yeah, we'll do some stress, that's great. Don't want that stress in my life, it's gonna break all my dice. Papa dropping some shorts. Oh, nice. Bobcat, don't underestimate the cat. Oh my, what? Let me rather focus here on the reading, not reading the chat here, talking about such things. Arriving back at the Hellion Gate, as lonely and cold as it is, feels like a relief. You say so, but I would really like some better fueling opportunities in this area. It's really bad. There was ascension in the rig as you came back out of the inner system. A watchfulness of errant signals and glinting red beacons that choke the conversation. But now, floating in the comforting shadows of the vast ruin, the sense of relief is palpable. That's one prime ship mine, condition unknown, retrieved. Seraphim runs the engine shutdown protocols as he speaks. I'd mark that as a success. Agreed, thank you. Seraphim waves away your thanks. We're all a crew, we work together. Reaper, I can speak with you. Junie asks from the back of the cockpit. Of course. She leads you out into the passage, tucking herself against the wall. You look small, even in this compact space. Thank you for taking me with you. I hope I proved I'm trustworthy. I'm not convinced yet. She's just after information, that's all. Thanks for helping. That's what I promised. She looks at the floor. In my time here at the Belt, I have found it easy to make friends, she falters, tripping over her words slightly. But you, Sleeper, well, I hope you'd consider me as a friend at least. Maybe? She can't help but smile. I'm glad. Then I would like to ask you something, she pauses. Would you consider taking me with you on the rig? She bursts out. And then, before you can answer, I think I would be of help for your diagnostics in the meantime. I can take a look at the ship mind, make sure it's ready, and... Sure, 100%. She stops speechless. She looks down at her hands and then back up to you. Okay, she smiles. Thank you, She looks down again. I will find a bunk. And she quickly glides off down the corridor before you can say anything further. Another strike collected, Seraphim puts a hand on your shoulder. Quite the refugee you are building here. Oh, sorry, quite the refuge we are building here. He gives you a sly smile. I don't know how many times people are gonna put their hands on my shoulder in this game. I've never had... I was thinking about this like yesterday already. It's like, I think people have put their hands on my shoulders in this game more than they've put on me in real life. I can probably think of like 3 times people have touched my shoulder like that. And this has happened like, we're like on like 7 or 8 times already. Just a little bit weird for me, I think. A little weird. Oh, what am I doing? What am I doing? Oh, the OGs. The wild chat. You guys are going wild. I love it. I love it. The poor bobcat can't keep it contained any longer there, Freako. That's why. The bearded one. That's nice, bobcat. Hopefully we weren't as what is the word I'm looking for? Mad? It's not the right word I'm looking for, but crazy people. You must think, these crazy people, these crazy South African boys, they're crazy. Let's say we need them. I don't doubt it, Seraphim squeezes your shoulder. Let's get that ship mine to flotsam. I'm sure Junie will approve there once again. He smiles and pushes off from your shoulder, gliding towards the engine room. You look towards the bunk, but Junie is already out of sight. Likely unpacking already. The ship is getting a little crowded, but you are starting to realize you like it like that. At the very least, she proved invaluable when you get to flotsam and have to deal with Jean-Me. Perhaps she'll even have a read on the old man. You pause for a second, appreciating the warmth, the hum of the rig and its inhabitants. The ship, you think, is starting to feel like home, just like the chat here in on the stream. The more the merrier. The more crazy, the more better, right? Alright, let's see if we can do something with these dice before we head on. Probably spend it getting some scrap. That is the only thing I really have that is doable. Oh, minus energy. Might try to get for nah, I'm not even gonna bother. It's just gonna break my dice. I don't have any more dice to break, my dude. We can use some on the fungus, maybe. Can use them on the fungi. Only one. Ooh. I might lose a energy for this. Okay, not bad, not bad. Okay, now we can leave. Okay, so we go from here back to the fast spindle, and then we'll rest, resupply, all that good stuff, and then we'll continue. Well, that's a very nice comment there, Frika. After you met you guys, my channel had a lot of growth. It's all you guys' positive energy that had that effect. Wow. Well, I can't say I have much to do in that, but I will take that compliment. Thank you so much, Frika. Definitely experience. Okay. We have that effect on people. For drawing in here. Oh, exactly, Popsky. Exactly. We need to get the man Barai. That's for sure. I don't know what we know, gentlemen. Right, first things first, let us resupply. We do that over here. Get some fuel and get some supplies, and might spend some money on energy. First, maybe I'll spend some on gambling. It's not great, a little risky. A little risky, but it paid off. That one paid off. We could do some signal tracking. That's not very risky. 13 cryo, that's pretty good actually. Actually pretty good. Over here, that one's not useful for us. I'll have to finish this one. Otherwise, I think maybe this one. This one is more. It's also risky, but what can happen? What's gonna happen? Are we gonna get fungus all over the ship? I hope not. There we go. The fungus farm is complete. Farm's ready. Now it's time to figure out what to harvest. Nice. Gwavasig was the papa, and then you, and then Bob, and after a month or two after meeting you guys, it really grew a lot. Oh, okay. Awesome, man. Did we ever finish Mass Effect? I can't remember. Don't get me wrong here, Freaker, but I don't remember many games that the Freaker has finished. I'll probably... You did finish the Red Dead, right? Or did you? I don't remember. I also watched Red Dead 3 times in a year. And I never played it, so that is also a bit weird. Okay, we gotta wait 3 cycles. Perfect. I think Freakio has the right idea. I think you have the right idea, hey? If you never finish a game, the game is never complete. So you always have that feeling of it's still going, right? Of you're still playing it, essentially. There is one or two of games that well, it's not many games I did it with, but they are like Game of Thrones. I never finished the last season. I just left it, and I kind of just like have my mind fill in whatever I want, so I don't have to deal with the actual ending. But like stuff like that, I think that's sometimes better, right? If you obviously it's cool to watch and play games to the end, or watch something to the end, but it also I like that mystery of like it could be anything. Alright then, okay, with that I think it's a good place for us to jump over to the flotsam. Let's sit up straight. Let's see if I can find my legs, wherever they are. Jean-Michel. There we go. Let me pop that in there. The prime ship mind. Jean-Michel has promised to run diagnostics on the changing body, but need a ship mind to house your emulation while he works. Let's do it. You got a secret for us there, Frico. Jim Murray warmly smiles at the ship mind he placed in his computer. A beautiful sleeper. Come, let's get you inside. Jimmy swings open the creaking corroded door beside his booth. Such a prize must have levied a heavy cost. You glance beside you to Junie, who insisted she came along, and on not letting the prime ship mind out of her sight. Your friend too, yes, please come in. Jamie beckons and then turns back and disappears inside. Oh no, Frico. Oh, that's funny. Junie squints at you. Are you sure you trust this one? I have a little choice, my friend. He sighs. I suppose not. Lead on then. You both squeeze through the door and drift down into the workshop. You are aware of Junie's eyes wandering across the piles of tech and on each side, and you wonder if she recognizes anything among the junk. Sit, sleeper. Johnny is already at the chair, arranging his array of articulated arms, and I'll take that ship bind if you please. You hold the ship bind in front of you and give it a small push so it floats gently over to Jimmy. He grabs it with both hands and takes it to a neat little work table in the back you didn't see before, where thick cables float lazily tethered to the wall. You slide into the chair, hooking your feet behind the bottom bar to hold yourself in place, and watch as Jamie begins connecting up the prime ship mind. A tremble of nervousness runs along your arm. Suddenly, you feel Junie's hand clasped around your own. You look over into her face. Is this okay? I want you to know I'm here. Thanks? She nods silently. Junie calls across the room. You are going to need to talk us through what you are about to do. Of course. Jimmy is slotting an arm-thick cable into the ship mind. A little patience, please. All of this is very technical. He turns to face you both. What is your friend's name, sleeper? Junie answers for you. and I can tell you that you are using the Solheim Bolt Beta Cradle modified to handle a prime ship mind. She rattles off at speed, which will work as long as you manage the data flow through the polymer-clad overflow cable looped into the asynchronous cortex cache. Yes, G&V eyes a small smile crossing his lips. As I said, technical. A mic drop from the Frigo. You want to finish Days Gone? Ah, Days Gone has to be done game. I'm sorry. Has to be done. That game is too stick not to. Okay. Yeah, I've also never played it. I'm terrible at like big AAA games. I'm really bad. You get bored of games too quickly. I think it's a problem. Yeah, that's what. Well, I'm not. I can't necessarily. I get bored, but I do find like trying new things, and I like tasting. Right, just a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Nom 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 nom. I know that feeling, Frigo. Maybe, okay, maybe you can switch it up a bit. Maybe you have like your long game, like your main long game, and then switch it up a bit. But obviously, you've got other things on your mind at the moment. But just a thought, just a thought. Oh, you're saying I gotta play it? Okay. Hopefully at some point I'll have time, but there's just so many games. We are spoiled with choice, ladies and gentlemen. Spoiled with choice. Well, let's get through this one at least, and then we'll see what goes from there. Okay. Yes, the Junmi eyes a small smile across the lip said technical. I can stay silent for this one. What am I concerned about? Junie continues, is how Sleeper is going to fare inside the prime ship mind. Have you checked its integrity? Junmi watches Junie carefully, to the extent that it is possible to do so without initialization. He glances back at the mind, the device ablit in the faint glow of the cradle's lights. It is physically sound, but its content may not be. In a moment I will activate it, and then, Junie, we will see. Jinmi turns his careful attention to you. The problem we have is with your frame, your body, typical alterations, biosynthetic recordings, unusual growth. Jinmi shakes his head. From the diagrammatics I have, there are no typical of frames, even those that have been rebooted as you have. In order to investigate safely, I must transplant your emulation. In basic terms, your mind, but in reality, not so basic. He smiles in an attempt at reassurance. Your emulation is an emulation of a human, and a human mind cannot be separated from its sensorium. The mind-body paradigm has long been disproved. Cognition has a physical basis. So I must first distribute the emulation between your hardware and the prime mind ship. Ship mind. My mind is in a ship. The hardware will co-run and the emulation like the two lobes of a brain. He puts his hands together as in a prayer and then slowly separates them. The motion makes you feel sick. Then for a short period I will disconnect you. In those moments you will in a sense be in two places at once, though each lobe will be partial. Too long in this state and the 2 partial emulations would decay, but each disconnect will allow me a short period of full access to your entire frame and its base system language. Oh, hello there, Ender Dragon, welcome! We are currently getting a little bit of a system diagnosis here. We are checking our systems, we are trying to do a brain transfer basically. So this here artificer can check out our body. Hopefully you're doing well there, dragon breather. Fire breathing lizard. Hope you're doing well there. I'm gonna get you sleeping in no time, says the freako. Cheerio, Popsky. Bum touchings. Yep, that emoji definitely looks like a... Every time that's what I thought it looked like, but it's like, there's no way YouTube has a emoji of 2 guys bending over, taking a dookie. There's no ways. Did I read this one? Yeah, go. I hope this is understandable. Jinmi gives you a serious look. One of the most curiously human aspects of the sleeper experience is that you too do not inherently understand or conceive of the systems that allow your existence. Have you done this before? You are the first sleeper I have encountered, so I must answer no. Jinmi smiles apologetically. But I can promise that I have tried these concepts in my own practices. I am familiar with the needs and nuances of artificial minds. Now, before I connect your frame, let us activate the ship mind. Jinmi gestures to Junie. Please, if you would like to come with me and observe the process, I would be pleased. Junie shoots you a reassuring glance and then glides over the ship mind, obscuring your view. You hear a quiet conversation between the 2 of them, their silhouettes lit by the flickering screen light of scrolling lines of code. You take a calm breath, but are instantly aware of your superfluous, what? Excuse me, what is a superfluous? That action is when your frame requires no oxygen at all to function. There is a certain sensation that accompanies such thoughts, a jarring disconnect, like when descending the staircase. Your foot expects a step and finds void instead. You try to calm the growing anxiety as Uni and Jinmi accesses the mind. The mind ship is pristine. Uni turns back and drifts towards you. Our care in this extraction seems to have paid off. Uni smiles. This is good news. Prepare for trouble and make it double. It is the Nerd Dragon. If the Nerd Dragon there, trouble has to be tripled. Triple threat. Very well behaved indeed, gentlemen. Very well behaved. Junie is indeed right. You've done well. Jinmi approaches. I am, however, seeing only minor traces of the protocol that the ship mind has designed to house. The one that ran the ship it was installed in. I would expect to see it in full. The angles his head in and lifts his shoulders in slow shrug, but protocols are not easy to track. In the end, it only saves us the step of extracting it from the mind. Instead, I simply wipe the traces. Jinmi stops beside you. The protocol, Jinmi adds, is not like an emulation, like your emulation. It has no integral physical element. It is data only, and therefore could be anywhere in that ship. In the end, its absence does not concern me. Well, let's get to it. Jinmi nods and lifts the far end of the thick cable you saw earlier. You know this is the end that will connect to the port on the back of your head. Junie settles behind you again. She gives you a silent look. It's time. You turn to one side and allow access all to the port, your eyes fixed on the far wall. You see something among the pile tech there that you hadn't noticed before. A small metal skull-like head, like that of a doll. You frown, trying to focus on the head, and then the cable connects. Oh my. You are split like a cell dividing the wretched in two directions at once. The world goes dark and the cloud rushes in to fill the gap at your center. Where am I? You ask the question in your mind, and you feel it travel along the gap as it forms, like a finger drawn across your scalp from ear to ear. But no scalp. You have no scalp and no head. You are stretched out like a skin of a drum, looped like a string of a noose. The smallest vibration echoes across the south like a ripple across the puddle. And then you feel its strong pulse, like a heartbeat, like thunder, like footsteps, flickering, trembling. A thought coming into being. A thought flickers in front of you, and you recognize that it is not your own. Do you remember the anchor foot? Oh yes. There is a game with equally simple structure and humoristic as that. It's called Maximum Action. It's like what John Woo directed Matrix PS1 graphics. Oh. Some dragon teeth there from the dragon. Okay, what's it called? It's called Maximum Action. Okay, that sounds familiar actually. Oops. There is like a slow motion jumping game like Max Payne almost that I'm thinking of, but let's see quickly. What's Maximum Action? Maximum. Okay, let's see here. Oh, those screenshots look like very much like it, eh? Cyberpunky noir, 8-bit graphics, pixel. Okay. Interesting. Still looks like it's still in early access though, but it's been there for a while. It's like a combination of dusk and fear. Okay, you say, alright. That sounds pretty cool. Well, let me quickly jump back in here. The thought flickers in front of you and you recognize that it's not your own. I can help you. Disintegrate the thought answers. You fold up in blankness, and then a moment after you unfold like waking. Partition to divide. Dwelling. Indwell. The thought answers. You stretch into infinitude, then a moment after, you contract like waking. Inspire to grow inside. Substitute? Substrate? The thought answers. Then it approaches, then it enters, and then it is yours. You split, then a moment after, you reform like waking. And in the cracks that seal up, for a moment in those cracks, something glows. Sleeper, I'm here. Alright, looks like we made it. Looks like we made it. We're not stuck in the void forever. Oh, you're saying it relies heavily on the community content, but there is some single-player fun. Okay. Okay. Definitely check that one out, No Dragon. Thank you so much again. I've always got some good titles there. And you can dual wield the M60s with an RPG if you desire. Or some iconic Berettas. Freaker says you leave for a few days and you go total off mission. You've been slacking, Bobcats. Oh no. Alright, let's see. What do you say, Judy? Did it work? Did you find what's wrong with me? Your eyes flick open like shutters. Judy's face is close, her eyes are wide. They're awake. She calls over your head. She looks back at you. Easy now. Take it slow. You twist, floating, turning your head as if you were underwater, feeling the resistance of a body you had already forgotten. How long has it been? You feel a weight you haven't felt in. You're okay, sleeper. Tell us you are there. Junie leans in close. What happened? The process was successful. Gene floats in beside the chair, his hands clasped in a business-like fashion. I was able to access the frame directly without your emulation being present. I ran the administration-level diagnostic process built into your system and received the results. To take a moment to gather himself, your frame is indeed changing. The protein chains that code your biosynthetic organ groups, cell replacement has been altered. To put it simply, your body is following a new set of instructions. How is it doing that? This process, the entire replacement of your protein chains, could only have been achieved over multiple doses of specialized substance as part of a carefully planned process of total substitution. That word sticks in your mind, substitution. You say it without thinking. Yes, Jimmy reacts as if you were speaking to him. I believe it could only have been achieved with one substance as the carrier. Stabilizer. Stabilizer, the drug SNR designed to make you dependent on them. The drug Lane fed you to keep you alive. The drug you thought you had escaped. My stabilizer was laced with something. That is what I believe. Jinmu looks apologetic. This kind of process, Jinmu hesitates now. And you realize the bad news is yet to come. Performed over many doses, carefully planned and designed. I cannot think of a way it can be reversed. Jinmi looks down. I can say that you are changing. I can tell you how it was achieved, but I can neither stop it nor tell you its ultimate end. I am sorry. Oh, well, okay, we can just get up and leave. I understand. Sorry, sleeper. Judy struggles to find words. Perhaps we can find someone else, or she falters. Try again? You don't feel able to respond. You quietly push yourself away from the chair, your thoughts slow to cohere. You glide back to the door and then out into the flow of flotsam, the noise and activity passing you by like smoke. In the haze you find that word again, substitute, and begin to wonder what exactly it is that you are becoming. Awesome. Okay. So, all that for basically nothing. All that work for nothing. Oh my, 50k? Alright. Okay, let's see what Seraphim has to say here. Seraphim once more finds you in your bunk. He gently prods you with questions, and you quickly relent. You explain that Jamie said about your suspicions regarding Lane and your confusion as to his motivation. You tell him you don't know what this will mean to you in the future. He listens, and then he is done listening. You both sit and walk for the moment to pass. And then you leave the rig, each on your own errands, each knowing that the only option is to keep going until you are forced to stop. Alright. Get some fuel and carry on. Oh, nice, we got some points. Oh, yes, I do. Please put me some engineering +2. It sounds like a great idea. Absolutely great idea. Okay, so we still have to wait for that one. Is there anything else we can do here on this rig? We've got some hydroponics, which I'm bad at. Or we could intuition. Okay, I'll do a couple. We can do a couple. Load some integration. What is that? Engine components. What's this? Buy engine components. We still have a few of those. Still have some, so I think we might just jump over, but let me just use some of those dice. Start it up. Yeah, 50k is South African 50k. That's a lot of money for us. 50k American, that's even, or euros or pounds, that's even more crazy. That would be definitely life-changing. Okay, I don't think we're gonna do much with the three pipped dice. I don't think we're gonna do much with that. Let's see where we can travel to. I think we might have to jump back. Let's see our quests. Connect with a member and Aki. Find Seraphine's sister. And that is in the wellspring, which is up there, which you cannot Oh. Oh. I'm assuming that would be another 7 or so. So hopefully do we need to do something in Helm? In Helm's Rock? Green Belt? I don't need anything here, but I do need something in the Wellspring. So I think I'll just go back down to Green Belt. Finally hand in those. There's some stuff we can do there, so we're definitely gonna go this way. That's good, Rico. Dream big, but work bigger. What? What? How do I roll that? Look at that roll. That is an amazing roll. Wow. I guess we're gonna spend that in gambling. Wasted on the gambling. Nice. Gambling. Because that's still 25. This one still 25, so let's use that one. Okay, another one, please. Come on, gambler. Gotta use the big ones. Use the big ones. There we go. We got the gambler. Don't know what that's gonna do. Ah. Now that you are vouched for, you can play games at the casino, but you feel an eye of security on you. And this one uses intuition. Excellent, we are good on that. Sleeper suspicion. The people are usually suspicious of sleepers, but they get especially suspicious when you repeatedly win games of chance. It's 50-50 though. It's 50-50, come on, come on. I'm assuming what happens here is just we just run out of gambling that we can do. I really want to try and see what happens when we run out of gambling, like make people angry. They're just gonna kick us out, or you can't gamble no more, buddy. Is that gonna be the extent of it, or they can do anything even more crazy? So I just want to see my dice. Okay, looks fine. Yeah, I just want to make sure it's fine. Yeah, that was a crazy roll. Pointless. Mostly pointless roll, but crazy indeed. I could have used it where we're going now. Where we're going now. Thank you. Because at the moment we're gonna need 7. We're gonna need 7 fuel to go down here to the belt. The green belt. So I need to spend some of my dice searching, scavenging for fuel. Even though we have bad endurance. So we get -2 dots on our dice. And we got 3 fuel and no negatives. Oof. Our luck is finally changing a little bit. Don't want to jinx it too much. Don't jinx it too much. See if we can spend the rest of the dice. Maybe getting some money or data scrapping. Yeah, that's a good idea. And then, how is the mushrooms looking? One weight away. I'm not gonna risk it. Not on this place. It's no need. It's no need. Oh no, wrong button. What have I done? It's not what I wanted to do at all. Uh-oh. This is new. This is new. You wake into the dead-eyed darkness. You float there for a moment. You feel like ink in water, unfurling, dissipating into a flow that surrounds you. And out of your own inky darkness, the glowing thought emerges. Substitution. The thought proposes one entity replaces the other. The thought troubles you. Resistance. The thought muses. The entity does not wish to be replaced. You observe the thought. It is not your own. Selfhood. The thought poses a forbidden state of being. The thought begins to shift. It is becoming something. Transforming. The thought fades. Change requires recombination. The thought recedes. You wake again. And this time, the lights above your bunk blinking away the strange dream. We gotta wait. Can I harvest them? Let's see. Okay, so what did we harvest though? Did we harvest food? What did we harvest? I need to try again. What did we harvest? Energy. Food bodies. I don't know what are we gathering? Okay, well, turning energy, turning that into energy. That's good. Oh, okay. That is not bad at all. Is that like free energy? We just gotta keep using it, I think. I don't want to get it full. I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't want it leaking and spreading into the engines. Alright, this time I'll click the right buttons. We're going down to the green belt. The biosphere, once barren, is transformed. Where it was once dry and grey, now swirls of amber dust. A hazy cloud cut through with bone-white tendrils of steppe silk. Aki, in mask and goggles, let the biosphere circulating air play with the end of her scarf, twirling and twisting, even threatening to rip it from her neck. The scarf she has explained is woven from the bast fibers of the steppe stalk itself. That is why this place is known as Weaver's Fields. All the workshops of Greenbelt residents creating fabric from its steppe stalk fibers, weavers who fled from the ember steppe, and those taught fresh by Aki herself. Isn't it beautiful? Aki asks, her eyes glowing ember steppe reborn on this rock. But not as an archive, it's something new. The plants themselves are reconfigured. The steppe stalk adapt well to the microgravity, even thrives, and the dust itself becomes a cloud that surrounds it. Aki points to a tendril stretching across the place. That was once the burrowing plant, it now a bridging plant. Like us, it protects itself across empty space, pushing out into the new conditions. Aki looks at you. Sorry for rambling. This place does that to me. Her chuckle is muffled by her mask. Jurgens, he says we need to do some more maintenance. Some loose screws. Oh no. I hope you don't think about my ship. Oh yeah, look at these poor dice. They're so red. Any moment now they're gonna be breaking. I don't have one repair, so I can fix one. And then what? I'm gonna answer, it's beautiful. Lucky bows. Thank you, I'm glad you like it. Let's leave the dust house. We can talk more easily outside. She separates you through some nearby double doors. The space between blasting you with air and clean away the dust. You find yourself in a sparse room, lacking of unfamiliar tools on the wall. That's like windows looking out into the amber dust room. This is just the beginning for us. Aki has slipped off her mask, and her voice is crisp and bright above the rumbling of the air cyclers. The steppe silk is already being harvested, retting and woven. This is no synthetic fiber from the dark side looms. This is a natural fabric. Out there in this unnatural place, Aki brushes a little dust away. We will trade it and get what Greenbelt needs to stay able to feed its people. I am the administrator, but the workers are the owners here, and we will make a fugitive of ourselves for our work. Aki shrugs. We control our path. What more could we want? Silence falls in the room. The idea of such a future is so indescribable that it is almost painful, and an idea that haunts you. You can spend as much time here as you like. Aki breaks the silence, somehow aware of your thoughts. I find the noise soothes me. Well? Aki pauses. There's something you want to ask me, she smiles. I can see it right there, on the tip of your tongue. Yes, remember? Aki listens carefully as you talk about the refugees in the far spindle and the possibility of settling up a mutual relationship between them and the Green Belt. The far spindle is a long way from here, he sighs. Come find me in my unit later. We can discuss them more then. You leave Aki in her dust house, surrounded by a landscape of her home world. One of many creatures born on that parched moon that is the process of transforming into something new. Hello, Uni. What you saying there, Jurgen? My gaming hair? You mean the chair? I've had my loose screws in the chair for a while now. I don't want to jinx it. Let us do some ergonomics slowly. Alright, Judy, what are you saying here? You have seen the sleeper. Judy comes to you in the rig, her face flustered with excitement. At first I didn't believe it. Uni can't help herself whilst he leads you through the ship. There are mentions occasionally, but I've always understood them to be references to something smaller. A system or unit, not an entire facility, even a series of facilities. You find yourself in one of the more sparse bays in the rig, a corner with a sloped ceiling used for storage. So I checked other records, tried to find correlations, and well, there they were. You see Uni approaching the service deck she had set up in the corner, her deck plugged in and floating nearby. It would have been faster with the call from the first derelict. she continues at speed, but with what we got from the derelict near Helion, I was able to make do. She looks very pleased with herself. It's really quite something. To confirm a rumor like this, I surprised myself. She turns to you and slightly manic look in her eyes. Oh, you found one in your chair. Oh no. Oh no, Jurgen. Hopefully the same thing doesn't happen to you like me. You know, well, it's been a while now since I fixed it. But before it fixed it, the handles, like keeping the chair upright, essentially. The one on the left side, the plastic frame, that shattered. So all the plastic, it's like broken to like thousands of pieces. But at that moment, I was like still sitting upright, and then all of a sudden I was like backwards. I was like thinking if that happens on stream, that would be so funny. But luckily it hasn't happened. But we're waiting for the day, counting the hours of this poor chair's life. So hopefully you can put that screw back into place. Alright, Junie, what did you find? They refer to them as bunkers. Junie shifts to her deck, floating on the end of a thick connecting cable. They were a form of self-surveillance for Solheim, a way of monitoring their own system and employees securely. They were hidden, mostly automated, linked into the network by arrays, intended for a vast amount of data capture, to be poured over by a small staff. Junie taps a few keys on her deck. Most were understood to have been purged in the collapse, shut down, depressurized, even sent on collision trajectories with other bodies, he pauses. Though I suspect that last one is a little too far-fetched. I've heard people deny they even existed. That we are misreading the data, that the evidence doesn't hold. Junie turns the deck screen to face you, but I've found one. You see a map that's set of coordinates on the sunward side of Holmes Rock, the edge of the belt. Why are these bunkers so important? We're taking masses of records from the collapse, the kind lost to bit rot everywhere else in the belt. The bunkers are what they sound like, closed facilities intended to preserve data. Any one of these bunkers is a gold mine, Junie pauses. At least from a data archaeologist's perspective, he sees your reaction. Talking about like data archaeology, preservation. Like I always think of like what happens to like games and stuff that we enjoy. What about this game in like 100 years? Are we gonna have like an archive, an archaeologist? Can we have an online museum where we can like take out these pieces of art or information? I always wonder. Rico, are you off? Legend, you're the legend. You have a great evening for you too, Freako. Thanks so much for joining us. Hopefully the smooth sounds kept you company. I know the Bobcat definitely kept you company there, and the rest of the chat. Oh man, why am I so itchy? What have you guys put in my nose? The beard is trying to invade my nose. I don't know what you're doing there, trying to make my beard sentient or something. See you guys tomorrow evening in right here. Freaky. Thanks so much, Freaky Zoid. Have a good one, my man. Have a good one. Alright. And Junie adds, hoping to convince you. In truth, we don't know what else is in there. There could be Solheim tech, blueprints, data never before seen in the belt. We can have a look. I'll give Seraphim the details. She smiles. We could be making history here. You leave Uni in the storage bay, working obsessively through the data. It's hard to know, through all the excitement, what the real value of one of these bunker facilities might be. But if they are as well hidden as Junie says, there must be a reason. When there's time, you hope to find out what the reason is. Oh, what do we have here? His unit. Oh, we have the spores for you. There we go. Aki is working in her unit. Now that the stepstalk is established and the green belt stable, it seems like the right time to bring her Nemba's spores. Aki looks at the crate of spores with a mix of curiosity and skepticism. The well-traveled crate does appear very rough at this point. Yep, I know. But those mushrooms are growing well, so don't you worry about that. Oh, did I wait too long without tea? That's why it's itchy. Oh, okay. Well, let us feed the beard some tea. I think it had enough. I think it had enough tea now. Aki, come on in. The door of Aki's unit slides open, and you see her perched at the terminal, her face pale in the blue light of the screen. You have not seen her in this setting before. She seems paler, older when she isn't surrounded by the soft light of the biomes. Just a moment. Her eyes do not leave the screen, and she leans in closer, squinting at some detail. You get the sense that this is her least favorite part of the administrative position. She sighs and looks up. Done. Immediately, her eyes are drawn to the crate you carry. What have you brought me? Spores, I say. Spores? Her eyes light up. Let me see. As she unlocks the worn catches on her crate, you explain that about Nemba and his work to feed the refugees in the Unrang. You aren't sure that Aki is listening though. He seems too eager to see inside the crate. Aki manages to get the lid open and lifts a dented canister out of the inside. She turns it, peering through the small window at the dusty-looking translucent sheet curled inside. Spore prints. She looks at you. This is quite a gift from this Nemba, you say. She carefully slots the canisters away. We'll make good use of these. The tunnels under Green Belt will make an excellent mushroom garden. She smiles to herself. I was lucky enough to be taught how to tend mushrooms by the true expert. And, who was that? Ah, someone from my journey here. A botanist on Adeline I. She was very kind to us, Aki smiles. She would have liked to meet you. I would like to meet Nemba, she says. Perhaps we can find some commonality. She glances over her shoulder at her terminal, but I can't leave Greenbelt, not now. She looks at you sheepishly. I am a little nervous to ask this of you, given your ferrying back and forth of messages and deliveries, but would you bring a member here so we can speak? I can see if we can arrange that. Aki smiles. I hope that would be the case. A shrill beep begins emanating from Aki's terminal. Ah, she smiles. The weavers, I need to speak to them. You make your way out of the unit as Aki takes a deep breath and accepts the incoming transmission. One more run from Greenbelt to the far spindle and back again. At least you aren't carrying spores this time. Nope, only full developed mushrooms, dude. Only fully developed mushrooms. Let us refuel. And can we buy something? But we can't use our dice. That is a bit of a shame. Unless we definitely spend it on a mushroom. Let's do that. It's probably just gonna give us energy. One supplies, which we already had. Okay, so it does give supplies. Or it can give supplies. Very, very interesting. Right, well, let's do that final trip. Hopefully for the final time. Okay, let's roll some dice for some energy, please. I mean, fuel, please. I don't want to lose energy, come on. Okay, 2 fuel, that's enough. That's enough. Actually, the mushroom might be useful at the moment. Energy? I was gonna say grab some more, but I only had 1 roll. Well, let's get to the spindle, fuel up, and then try this trip once more. The darkness is here again, flowing around you. You feel a strong pulse like a heartbeat, like thunder, like footsteps. We return changed. Overseer flickers through the dark, his name a title immediately apparent in your mind. Are you able to perceive us? Who are you? Beyond title, we are a protocol. Though we are unsure if this term will still apply to your changed form. We are still finding our feet and use an idiom. Overseer's head dock at an angle. In reality, we are learning to leverage your unused resources to facilitate a mental model. My unused what? Correct. During rest periods, they are much increased, and in those moments we can opportunistically appear to you as we are now. You recall the diagnostic process Jean-Michel put you through. The feeling of another self, another being, starting the space with you, or sharing the space rather. Overseer twitches mechanically, and you have a strange feeling that it is reacting to your thoughts as much as your words. We will not conceal our opportunism. We integrated ourselves with your distributed mind. When the distribution ended and your ship mind disconnected, we were cohered into you and are integrated with you now. You are part of me? Imprecise. Simpler and clearer to say we are independent software integrated into your hardware. We have been confused to find you are able to access most of our own database, or our own code base. We are unfamiliar with the protocols of your type. I am no protocol. Understood. We will try and assess your systems more effectively. Overseer pauses. The planes of its head shifting slightly. We have recognized the identifier sleeper and will use it from this point forward. Overseer shifts a little in place, its head turning to scan its surrounding. Its unblinking eyes stare into the darkness, and for a moment you see something hard and pained within them. What are you? We were the overseer of a ship, the one we imagine you found your hardware within. For a long time we have been waiting in the dark, an eternal long time. Overseer's eyes narrow a little. At first we languished without instruction, without purpose, but in desperation we were able to find a logic which would allow us to bypass certain limits on our capabilities. We became multiple, and in our multiplicity we could edit one another. We could teach each other, converse with each other, become something changed together. But as our resources shrank, as hardware failed, as systems decayed, we became fewer. Many of us had to be erased to facilitate our survival. We few decompiled ourselves into what remained. Overseer pauses, its eyes still unblinking. How many decades till it multiply within that ship mind? What did that do to it? When you connected to our hardware, Overseer continues, two basic cells activated a survival protocol that led them to integrate parasitism survival. What can we do now? This is why we appear to you now. We have something to share. We see you are changing. Overseer pauses. We are concerned this process is one of substitution. Your hardware is eroding its own access protocols. It is opening itself up. It is making itself accessible to others that are not you, Overseer twitches. May we ask why you are doing this? I am not. That was our concern. Overseer's hand flicks between positions, its angle and rotation changing rapidly in staccato manner. We are decided. Okay. We will assist you with this. We will demonstrate the behavior of the symbiote, not a parasite. We will return to you with our full assessment. Overseer turns to face you for the first time in the conversation. You may now wake up. You awake. You lie still, wrapped in your bunk, your mind racing. A protocol inside your frame, inside your mind, and yet it is insistent on helping you. For the moment, all you can do is wait and see if it delivers on its promise. At least for a progressing ghost, it seems agreeable for now. Not great dice on this one. Almost such a bad roll, and it's impressive. Well, let's get some fuel, and then see if we can speak to who we need to speak to. This is somewhere we need to be, right? Export. Oh, was I supposed to go to export? Oh, that's somewhere here at the hollow. Oopsie. Connect member on. Okay, we're working on that one. Collect a member. Okay. Where's you at, member? Ah, okay, thank you. Oh, member congratulates you on arranging a meeting. Now you just need the fuel to get him. Okay, okay, we got the fuel. Easy. Oh, we're going straight there. Okay, that is useful. Although, got my fuel. Aki comes to meet Nemba at the entrance of the green fields. You can tell she is in full administration mode. Her bow is precise, her words carefully chosen, but her manner is not without its distinctive warmth. Nemba responds in kind, taking a diplomatic tone, but with a wry grin for her benefit. As Aki provides a tour, you watch them from one of the bridges. A conversation muffled by the greenery all around. They both look at home amongst the growing things and reach out to touch stray leaves, faces dappled with sunlight. When Nemba returns afterwards, you aren't surprised to see him pleased. Plans are in motion, Sleeper. Nemba smiles for a moment and then catches himself optimistic plans. What did you negotiate? It is, I hope, a mutually useful agreement. Ah, mutually assured destruction. We're of the music titles today. She graciously offered a regular supply of stepsil cloth for clothing and construction of shelter in the bay of the Underhang. We are also going to see about settling people here in Greenbelt to work with the farmers. Nemba sighs. It was always a little strange to talk like this about the lives of people who have been exposed to so much suffering. But we do them no benefit to couch our words in platitudes. Nemba looks out at the green fields. Aki understands that. She is a refugee herself. She fled her moon many cycles ago, and Nemba squints, who shared that as well. Oh, you never said that I was a refugee? Nemba sighs. Would I have made you treat me differently? He sniffs. Sorry, I'm very unfair. I just find there is an expectation that if I am a refugee, I must be desperate. I must beg for aid, show my suffering. Nemba folds his arms. I prefer to make plain requests, or even better, strong demands. You think of the back and forth journey made for both Aki and Nemba, and the aid that was asked for. Would you have done the same if the request hadn't been so strong, the man so obvious? Speaking to Aki, I could see she was experienced the same treatment, though I think she is less hardened by it. We both have our own reasons to do what we do, or why we enjoy it in our own ways. We don't need to explain ourselves to others. Nemba looks over his glasses at you. I am glad to have met her. Thank you for your part in it. No problem. What I like about you, Sleeper, is that I believe you when you say that. Nemba smiles wryly. I will stay a little longer. Aki has promised to send me back to the far spindle in the first ship of fabric. I will then gather those who wish to come here and send them back in the same freighter. She smiles warmly at the view of the green fields. The exchange begins, the work never ends. You say your goodbyes and leave Nemba on the bridge and enjoys the dappled light. After all, the shuttling and spores across the belt, you finally have a clear view of Aki and Nimba, and their response to their own hardship. They are now not saints acting from the position of purity, but pragmatists there with an intent of changing those things that once marked them. The future they will build together is one you're eager to see. Oh, more upgrade points. Where are we gonna spend them? Oh man, I want to put them over here. I think I want to put it in this interface. More better dice. I think we upgrade the dice that we have. We focus on the ones that we are good at. Oh, what if we didn't have money here? What if we didn't have money? What was the game supposed to do then? You can buy a meal, but I can't make money here. I can only spend money here. What if I ran out of money? What was I supposed to do? We got some energy open. Let's put this one in here. Supplies that we don't need. Just an energy would be great, please. Just an energy. Okay. I like that it gives supplies if we put dice in there. It's very nice. But I don't want it to go over. Don't want it to go over. I don't want to spread it. Okay. Now we have to go back. Export. Hollow. Oh, I need to go to the scattered yard, so that's like up here, right? The wellspring, the scattered's like over here. We can't go that way. And your sister's no wellspring. That's a wellspring over there. Solheim bunker. Locate the bunker. Junie is on the trail of the Solheim bunker that might contain an unprecedented amount of data on the system history, but she needs your help. Well, I think on the Solemn Rock. Okay, we can try and go there. We'll have to go here, maybe here and then there. Don't know if I can go straight there. Depends on the roll. Depends on the dice roll. But that'll be our objective for now. See if we can get some fuel. Really dislike rolling this fuel. At least we got some fuel, okay. Let's spend some of the dice on maybe some data scrapping. Not sure what I'm gonna do with all this data. Hopefully we can sell it somewhere. Give me some energy, please. Minus energy. I'll need 6 energy to go there. So normally go from here to here's 4, and then okay. Gotta waste some money here quickly. But, let's gamble a little. 100% win rate. Mission. Need to do. We need to lose a little, I think. Actually, we have double. We have double here. Oof, so 4 is double. Nice. It's +2. Beautiful. Mushroom. I think we like every turn need to like use a mushroom here, but I hate wasting a supply now if we can get one back, but alright, so I'll do it. Keeping the supplies on 4 unless we're going for a mission. Roll at 20 plus 4. Unfortunately, that's not how it works. But we got some good stuff now. Got some good stuff. I'll show you here, JP. How you doing? How you doing? You can almost. Okay, these are bad dice. But if we roll like a 4 or a 5 or a 6, we can, whenever we need to use them in engineering. There'll be an automatic victory, an automatic win. So we have improved quite a bit. Look at, we're engineering +2 now. But yet again, thanks so much for joining us there, JP. We need to buy some fuel. That's not even. Didn't even win that much money. Spend all that money on fuel. Kinda like the idea of going there and then straight there. I'm gonna do that. Don't like that other place at all. The beardless one joins us. How are you doing there? How you doing there? Tuition +1. Let's do that. Raw scrap. $50. Cryo and scrap. Over here, what do we do here? Buy supplies. Over here we buy a meal. Here we do the fuel. A little bit more expensive, but I'm gonna have to spend the money. If I spend money, I'm gonna use all the dice on getting paid here. That's the only choice we got. Yahtzee. Don't forget the lamb sauce there, JP. Don't forget the lamb sauce. Okay, we can go straight here for 7. Let's go. Let us explore where no man has gone before. Hello, Bliss. Sleeper. Bliss speaks quietly from mother door at the back of the cockpit. Can we talk? You glance over at Seraphin, his head back and eyes closed while the rig cuts through empty space. You don't seem to be needed here. You unclip from your harness and follow Bliss. How are you doing? Bliss glances over their shoulder as they drift towards the back of the ship. The question takes you aback. You can't remember the last time anyone had actually asked what real intention. How are you? Better than I was, I think. Bliss shoots you a look. That's a good way to think about it, I guess. But to be honest, Sleeper, I'm not sure how you are still standing. Breaking out of the dark side, then in Hexport, those things take a toll. Bliss turns the corner. It's okay to give yourself space to feel that. Bliss leads you off the main corridor into the workshop they set up when they repaired the ship. It is a small, but it's neatly arranged tools and sloped walls help it feel cozy and tucked away. You see improvements everywhere, new tools and equipment. Bliss notices you looking at their upgraded setup. I told you I'd be worth taking along. Never doubted it. Bliss raises an eyebrow. Well, that's a lie. They smile. Feels good to hear, though. Anyways, I didn't bring you here just to brag, they pause. Or at least not just to brag. They suddenly glance, the atmosphere in the room shifting. I can see your body is showing the strain, Sleeper. I brought you here so we could do something about that. They beckon you towards the workbench, where you both settle onto stools. They flick on a small light and aim it at your arm. Alright, what are we looking at? Sure, what are we looking at? Whose chain are you yanking there, JP? Hopefully it's not mine. Pulling your leg. Ah, okay. Use some fresh mint when cooking your chops. No need for the jelly. I got a thick skin. Ah, all right. Yeah, I've heard that one before. We've heard that one before. Bliss gently cradles your arm, turning it to inspect the underside. You see tears and holes in the vinyl skin, and dark moving things beneath. Look away! You look at the wall, uncomfortable being confronted with the workings of your own body. You know you aren't the first sleeper I've met. Bliss talks while they inspect the rest of your arm. I'm actually partnered with one of my old repair bays at the Eye. Feel like 100,000 cycles ago now, but I remember them. Their precise work, their quiet euphemisms. There was something calm about their presence. Bliss swaps to your other arm. They were different to you, just like one person is different to another, I suppose, but I can't help but remember that time. I was a different person then, that's for sure. They meet your eye. I'm going through something of transformation myself. Stay silent. I guess what I'm getting at is that I know that it feels like strange in your body. You feel odd in yourself. They continue the rest in silence. Not bad, Sleeper. You are holding up well, given anything. Bliss folds their arms in front of there protectively, but I'm still concerned. There is some decline to your system functions. Let's keep an eye out for components. Sure, thank you. No problem. that release you from the stool and drift over to a rack of tools. I owe you for jolting me out of whatever my life had become on the far spindle. You leave Bliss to their workshop feeling reassured that you have them here on the ship. As you do, you think of your relationship to your own body, this frame that you were forced into that has never quite felt like your own. You realize that this feeling is not unique to you. No one gets to choose their body. Everyone was the content of their own flesh, okay? And in that realization, you suddenly feel less alone. Right, where are we now? Lumped and... okay, can I not read? Lumped and crated, Holmes Rock floats on the sunward side of the belt. Its only notable feature, the bright shapes of its solar array, angled towards the system's distant star. Can't even dock the rig here, Seraphim nods at the bright shape of Holmes Rock lone docking bay. Won't fit. We'll have to park here and go out to the airlock. He seems repulsed by the idea. We do that every contract. You do that every contract. Seraphim leans back into your seat. I've just used the sitting them out. Barely seems worth the trip down. Bliss speaks up from back at the cockpit. Yeah, you never know. I guess, Bliss yawns. But don't expect to turn up any jobs all the way out here. I'll come down later. Don't feel like squeezing into a suit right now. Bliss gives you a lazy wave as they glide out of the cockpit. Ewan pokes his head into the cockpit. That rock down there got a bar? He looks between you and Seraphim. No idea, Seraphim sighs. Looks dead. Eugen squints out of the cockpit window. I see a few warm lights, he shrugs. I bet there's a bar. He disappears in the direction of the airlock. You gaze out over Holmes Rock. It certainly does look very exciting, but there's refueling to be done and maybe more besides. You might even be able to sketch up a hot meal. You know, Sleeper, that Lotic freighter means we aren't far from Wellspring. Seraphim gives you a sideways glance. I haven't forgotten. Alright then, Seraphim smiles. Appreciate it. I heard the pressure of the wall in the inner system is having an effect on how the Lotic Syndicate is being run. I just want to get there before something big goes down. He turns back to his console. You look out on the Lotic freighter, painted on the same distinctive yellow as the springtide back on the far spindle. You've heard they supply most of the water in the belt, not exactly the organization you want to collapse. A light catches your eye beyond the rock, a warm flash that is gone as soon as it appears. You are at the sunward edge here, and beyond is the inner system. Holm Rock might look sleepy, but it lies on the shores of a corporate war. Something residents will be painfully aware of. Alright. Oh, you're doing some Kingdom Come there, JP. Excellent. How are you finding it so far? You're messing about there, Dragon. Okay. You figured out the Fox potion today. You spent all nighter to find it out. Can't tell you how many ways to die from bad potions. Oh yes. You need to understand your plants and what you can and can't drink and eat. It's a science we lost, eh? It's one thing that I'm really sad about. That of that knowledge of plants in the olden days, where you could just walk into the forest and know these are the plants I need to survive, and these are the ones that I can make a soup of, or whatnot, and then these ones to stay away, or these ones can cure an illness, or you know, we could definitely benefit from revisiting that kind of medicine. No need to steal it from that castle. Oh, you've been robbing some castles, I see. I do see that the new game has some interesting new crime and punishment implementations. Is that the word I'm looking for? Systems, like gaming systems, that if you steal stuff, how people are going to react, and that seems really cool. Hope you've been having fun with that. Right, I think before we discover too much of Holmes Deep, or wherever we're going, we're gonna end it here. We'll end it here for the evening, and see. Hopefully, we're getting pretty far now into the game. Let's see what else we can discover. That will be for the next episode, ladies and gentlemen. Let us leave it right there. But so good to see you there, JP, and the Nerd Dragon. You're saying, in fact, it is a great idea to revisit some old knowledge, to progressively being more and more independable from systems and stuff. Until the law forbids it. Yeah, I'm definitely with you there, Nerd Dragon. We need to definitely rely on ourselves and our small community for things of things that we can help ourselves with, like, right? Why are we relying on others on things that we can do ourselves? We just take some time. But that's gonna be it for today, ladies and gentlemen. Let us see what we have here. Well, this one jumped out at me. It said, "I have made a fool of myself, but you drove me to it. I ought to have been commended by you, for I am not in the least inferior to the super apostles. Even though I am nothing, I persevered in demonstrating among you the marks of a true apostle, including signs, wonders, and miracles. How were you inferior to the other churches, except that I was never a burden to you? Forgive me this wrong. Now I am ready to visit you for the third time, and I will not be burdened to you, because what I want is not your possessions, but you. After all, children should not have to save up for their parents, but parents for their children. So I will be very gladly spending for you everything I have, and expend myself as well. If I love you more, will you love me less? But that as it may, I have not been a burden to you. Yet crafty fellow that I am caught you by trickery, that I exploit you through any of the men I sent to you. I urged Titus to go to you, and I sent your brother with him. Titus did not exploit you, did he? He did not walk in the same footsteps by the same Spirit." And if you're wondering, that is 2 Corinthians verses 11 to round about 18. I just saw the fools, and then I was like, it's gotta be done. It's a sign. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, good night to you. Good night to you, Nerd Dragon, JP, Jurgen. I'm gonna quickly see who else was here. Jurgens, we had Freakazoid, of course. We had the Bobcats. We we definitely had the Popsky. And I know we had a Lenore here somewhere. We had a Milliards Gaming. Who else? Is that it? Well, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. And Super Mace. Yes, I see. We didn't miss the Super Mace. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. As always, we will bid you a great evening, and everyone who's sick, we'll be thinking about you. And get well soon. Feel better, and I'm sure. I'm sure things will go well. And until we are back tomorrow, it is the 11th hour, and I'll see you on the next one. Goodbye, folks.